Oh, that was fast. Hey, Wilson. This is a fun song. What the fuck is this about? What is it called? Motivation by Clouds. Oh, I'm seeing if I can bait some Linux users into telling me that you are less free on Windows. What distro? Let's take this one. Ah, this is Mint. That one. No. No. Yes. We have to do this old thingy again. No? Wait a minute. Nope. Ah! Snappy. Oh, Factorious. What? There's coming a new DLC out? Why do Firefox always look so big? I hate Firefox. Where would they October the 21st. Elevated Rails, that would be a good one. Hey, Lamer. I should play some more Factorio. Also, there must be a shite ton of updates for this one here. Or we'll just look at some Factorio stuff. Hey, Sleepy. Oh, great, man. I hope you're doing well. Checking Flatpaks. Yeah, because it's because of Linux users. So they are behind the paywall. You have to pay $1 for a membership to see all my past streams. Why are you so... Oh, check. It's because it's checking Flatpaks. It takes so long. Why are you taking so long? It's not Windows updates. Come on, dude. God damn it. Did it break? You're doing great. That's amazing, man. I think I broke something. Did I break something? I know there's updates because my laptop had massive amount of updates last time I opened it. Oh, there you go. I'm working with a girl from Australia right now. Well, I've been working with her for 2 years now. Almost 2 years. An Australian Danish girl. I don't know if it's enabled on my machine. Yeah, it's Princess Mary, yeah. Actually, I don't like her that much, to be honest, but no. So I think her parents, this is how she explained it, her parents was originally from Denmark, I think it was. And then they moved to Australia. They got her, and a few years ago they moved back. Or one of her parents is natively Australian, or both of them are. I can't remember it, to be honest. Yeah, DISM may be a little bit confusing for a lot of people. It may not be installed, but it may be present. Again, why are you stuck? What are you doing? What are you... God damn it. Oh, now you woke up. Yeah, this is the newest version of Mint. And the only reason why I use Mint on my laptop is because it still gives me all the gestures, trackpad gestures that other distributions give me, but under X11, because the GPU on my processor don't work with Wayland. I have an 8000 series Intel CPU, and the iGPU don't work under Wayland. It uses way too much processing power because it renders everything on the processor. So I was like, why is my fans kicking off by watching YouTube videos? And I was like, why is my CPU uses like 50% or something like that? Like, what's going on here? And it's like, what am I using? Oh, I'm using Wayland. I'm like, is there any Intel update drivers? Nope. And then I was like, oh, my processor iGPU is not supported on the Wayland. Nice! Everyone wants to use Wayland, but if you have like a oldish computer, you are fucked basically. So I tried a few different distributions, and Mint with Cinnamon x86, x11 just work. Just work. So I'm using that. Well, that's still a Linux problem. I don't care who say it's a mess. The fact is, it's a mess. It's like saying, yeah, your wife will stab you in your back while you're sleeping, but marry her anyway. She's sweet, she looks nice, you know, but you will get stabbed and castrated. It's just like, fix it then. But it is Cinnamon. Yeah, the whole recall becoming an essential part of Windows. Know what you're talking about before you're talking about that. Because Cortana and Copilot is also an essential part of Windows, but you can't turn them off. You don't have to have them running, but you need to have them installed. There's a way different, massive difference there. Exactly, Lama. So if you don't have the latest Intel, like the one that's coming out, and you don't have, and if you don't have the latest or the newest Ryzen CPU, recall just won't work at all. Same with Copilot, it won't work. Yeah, Cortana is being phased out, yeah, for Copilot. Well, you don't have to uninstall Cortana because Windows will do that for you. And I have never used that. I just disable it in NT Lite. I just disable the service. Yeah, so enable could also mean that it's installed. It don't have to mean that it's enabled. It could also mean that it's enabled and plugged into the system. You know, enabled don't always mean active. Holy shit, this takes a long ass time. 1 hour? What? This is worse than Microsoft updates. What the fuck? Is someone downloading porn from my router? What's going on? What? What are you doing to me? Why are you so slow? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Yeah, it's just downloading. It's not installing right now, yeah. It's downloading with 129 kilobytes per second. From what mirror am I using here? US bit. Why am I using US? I'm almost sure I did this speed test not long ago. This is going to take some time, apparently. This is another thing that you just don't do with Windows. You don't test your repo speeds. Yeah, I mostly use German or Swiss, no, German and France repos because they a lot of times are faster than Danish repos. Also, is there no non-US repos here? No, there are not. Oh, there is. Yes, Canada, the UK, Britain, and what is that little motherfucker there? Uruguay? What the fuck is that? Yeah, it is a dependency for File Explorer. So is Edge, by the way. Don't fuck around with Windows internals. Just don't. If you don't like what Windows brings you, use something else. It's that simple, because 99% of the time, when you're fucking around with Windows internals, you don't know what you're fucking with, and you will shoot yourself in the foot. And that means that you either get massively open for attacks, or something at some point won't work. The best thing you can do is just disabling services, because then it will ask you to enable them if you need them at some point. That's the safe thing, is just disabling services, because they will, like I said, either auto-enable or tell you that we can't do this because this service is not enabled. Where if you remove some things, it just won't tell you anything. It just will be like, yeah, this is not working. Or just don't do anything and crash everything. That also. And also, I don't get why people are so afraid of AI on Windows when they have AI running on their phones. Like, it's like Google have like their OS filled with AI since God knows how long, and Apple have had AI since God knows how long. They just didn't call it AI back then. You could probably do some group policy thingy, yeah. It gives you the option to be tracked, and yeah, that's no. No. Yeah, make your own NC kernel, yeah. Oh, you also have to do that every time you update, yeah. So resource consumption is also a massive misnomer, or a massive misunderstanding is probably the right word, because a lot of times what you see in your resource probing tool is actually not what's going on. Or the reason why you see one number that you may think is weird is actually totally normal, and by design. So by design, Windows will use a lot of RAM for pre-caching, pre-opening, and all that fucking stuff. Some Linux desktop environments do the same stuff, where you will be like, oh my god, I cannot run this system with under like 16 gigabyte, where if you're using an 8 gigabyte system, it will only use a certain amount for caching and stuff like that. So you get confused really easy if you don't know what you're looking at, why the system is using what it's using. Just because a system is using something don't mean it's a requirement. And I see, and this is both with Windows and Linux and Mac OS and all of these like tech YouTubers out there. A lot of times They are like, oh my god, my system is using 10,000 gigabytes, so I cannot run it on anything less than 10,000 gigabyte, or the CPU is running at 5% all the time, so that must mean that I need like a 10-core system to run it or something like that. No, a lot of times they will utilize your hardware's resources if it can detect that you have excess resources that you normally don't use. So it will utilizing it when it kind of thinks that, okay, you are not going to feel that I'm using extra RAM or extra CPU power because your system is so powerful, for example. So it will run some task in the background and make your system more snappy, faster, etc., etc., etc. And that go again, Linux, Windows, Mac OS, they all do these things. And they all call it different things, pre-caching, preloading, and all that, all the things. So it's really important when you're looking at resources, you understand your OS. Like, what is it actually doing? And all the programs that you have opened, what are they actually doing? Because again, there are programs that will say, oh, you have way more RAM than my program needs. And you have way more RAM than the OS needs. So let me utilize a little bit of that RAM to make my program run faster. And if you don't have a lot of RAM, excess RAM, it will not do that, for example. I think Windows do require Windows Defender service. You won't, so here's the thing. 99% of you guys and girls don't want to live in a world without telemetry. What I'm doing right now is telemetry. I'm doing telemetry on Linux right now. You would not like living without telemetry. That also means that you have to be really good at bug reporting. Like, you need to really be good at bug reporting, or else nothing would get fixed. Like, telemetry is necessary because of bad users, basically. Telemetry is necessary so you can get what you want. Because you are not going to provide the right information, or even do anything about it. You know. Yes, Sleepy, yeah. Yeah. I'm actually telling people that an OS actually has to do what an OS is meant to be doing, yeah. I know this sounds really weird, yeah, but yeah. Microsoft will pull the plug out from under me since I'm running... I don't think they will do that, Andrew. Microsoft don't care if you're private Windows or run it on unsupported hardware. Microsoft just care about you running Microsoft. Because Microsoft don't make money on Windows. They make money on services. So for them as a business, it's actually more profitable if you're running Windows hacked than not running it at all. Because you're more likely to then use Windows services on top of that. So Office and Azure and all the other nice things that they provide people. It's a system that operates, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Is it done? Oh, it's not done yet. Yeah, there's something wrong here, man. No, so requirements in general is to get them. So the minimum requirements is how you can run a system to a satisfying degree, or a secure, satisfactory, secure degree. The recommended is how to get the experience that they foresee you to have. Like that. That's like their. If you want recommended hardware requirement, that's like how they intended it to be run. Where the minimum is the minimum you can get away with and getting the same experience, just maybe a little bit slower, etc., etc., etc. That don't mean you can't run it on lower. That just means that, let's say they require a 4-core system. That don't mean you can't run it on a 2-core system. It just means that we can't guarantee that it will run successfully or great or good enough on a 2-core system. So that's why the minimum requirement is like the minimum you need to get a satisfactory outcome. That's it. That's what it means. It don't mean you can't. Of course, they do that with unsupported CPUs and TPM and stuff like that. But that's because of security. Where they say that from a security aspect, we won't let you run this because then you potentially are massively unsecure. If you're not doing something on your own to make sure that you are secure. And most people are not going to do that. They're just running defaults. So sometimes you have to draw a line in the sand and say, we know most customers are not going to fiddle with their computers. So therefore, we have to make a decision for them. And that would be like, you can't run it on something lesser than this for a security reason, for example. That would be TPM. Which is bullshit on Home Edition. I don't like TPM on Home Edition. TPM should have been Pro and up. But anyway, Microsoft drew a line in the sand and said, we know most people are not going to fiddle with their computers. So therefore, they want more security. And then we require them to use TPM 2.0. That don't mean you can't run it on less, and you can't be as secure. I run Windows 11 at work on a lot of computers, and they're super secure. You just have to do some extra steps on your own, or be behind a corporate firewall, or be in a corporate environment that are protected by hardware and or software. And also, yeah, TPM chips are really cheap, yeah. But sometimes a software vendor or a hardware vendor have to draw a line in the sand and say, you want this? Then you have to do this because that's the only reason we can guarantee you get this. So they have to draw a line in the sand. The same with software. At some point, you have to stop supporting, like a protocol that like a fucking random anime-loving dirtbag is using in his like lair in the middle of the woods while he's watching One Punch Man fusion of My Little Pony or something like that. Because it's only this little dude in the forest that are using that protocol that take maybe 3 or 4 developers to maintain, or introducing bugs when they're updating other systems. So here's the thing, TPM has been supported on Linux way before, almost at the same time as on the Windows. Because TPM is a server requirement, TPM is an industry requirement. There's a lot of companies that won't run anything that don't have TPM on them. So Windows and Linux, now we're talking Linux, have had TPM 1.0 and blah 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 for years. Not to speak about that TPM is open source. It's open hardware and open source technology. How's it going with fetching repos? Not that good. God damn it, dude. What are you doing to me, man? What are you doing? Why are you not ski-work-ski? Let's try and restart this fucker. It's almost like running SUSE. Also, it's super slow. What are you telling me here? Hey, look how slow it is. Let's try and reboot and start it all over again. Oh, that's not what I want. So Zipper used to have the reputation of being slow back in the day. It's not slow anymore. But it used to have the reputation of being slow. Oh yeah, compared to Pac-Man, almost any package manager is slow. Here's the thing, what you hear on the internet and what is reality are 9 out of 10 times totally different, man. Depopulation to save the planet. So he's not the only one that have said that, by the way. That used to be like a idea a lot of well-known people have had. And by depopulation, it's like kind of like the one family, one child thing China did way back in the day, or back in the 90s. Like in the 90s and 2000s, there were a lot of people. A lot of people. In all kind of governments and all kind of high powering positions that actually wanted the world to stop producing so many children. Like, it was not just Bill Gates. Like, even the United States government fiddled around with that idea. A lot of governments fiddled around with that idea. Linus didn't pick the wrong distro. He picked the distro that he wanted to use. Yeah, I think Steam is officially not supported by... well, it's not supported by any Linux distribution other than SteamOS. But Wine is not officially supported by... they don't officially support Cinnamon anymore. I think it was last year or something like that they stopped doing that. I do like Tumbleweed better than Fedora, yeah. Exactly, Wilson. Well, CPMs, like, you have to remember, the requirement for CPM was already on the server market before it came on to the consumer market. Like I said, like companies required, like Windows supported CPM for many years before it became a requirement, because most servers farms and corporate computers or corporate worlds required their computers to have CPM for security. It's just like what Windows did by requiring it under Windows 11 was basically just what the corporate world have done for years. The corporate world for years have required CPM on their hardware. It just tripled into consumer products with Windows 11. I should just start. This is fucked up. I don't want to sit and wait this long to fucking do a repo refresh. What the fuck are you on about? This is what irritates me about Linux. Anyway, let's see what other distribution I have. I have a few distributions on my VMs here. I think this one up here is Manjaro. We could look into that one. I love Kubuntu. Ubuntu is actually super good. I actually, like, I kind of low-key prefer Kubuntu over Ubuntu, to be honest. And Kubuntu always have a really good, solid a KDE distribution. Like, it's one of the best KDE experiences that you can get ever. Yeah, Kubuntu is super good. That's the one I'm looking for. I heard a lot of mixed bags with Nobawa, to be honest. Where's the package manager? Oh, there's probably also a new repo out. I always liked Manjaro. Yeah, they do. I do get why they love to hate them. Because Manjaro is trying to do the whole Windows thing, and people don't like that. Like Manjaro tries to become like a proper desktop OS, like professional and all that fucking shit. And a lot of people don't like that. Yeah, don't use the AUR. In general, the AUR is just a fucked up shit. So what I would do if I were on Manjaro is I would use a third-party repo that took packages from the AUR and compiled them for me. Because the problem with AUR is like dependency hill and packaging and compiling and stuff like that. Where if the packages is pre-compiled for you, there's a higher chance that it actually will work on Manjaro. Yeah, Manjaro is actually well, honestly, Tumbleweed is better than Manjaro as a stability and well, just stability in all. And as a consumer OS, Tumbleweed is way better than Manjaro. The only thing Manjaro has going for it is that its art's more stable. So if you want arts but in a stable way, you use Manjaro. Where Tumbleweed is probably one of the most stable, if not the most stable, rolling release distro out there. And it has like Yast and a lot of like tools that has like decades behind them. MX Linux is a weird distro. It's a Tinker's distro. It's a expert's distro. It's a distro that you run because of its tool set that it provides. I would not run it as a main system. I would run it as a recover, repair device I have on a USB device. Which remind me, I need to put that on my Ventor USB device for work. Maybe also put the Parrot Linux on it or something like that. Arch Linux is just overhyped. Like, Arch Linux is great. Super great, but it's overhyped. It's not better than anything else out there. The only, like, thing Arch Linux do different is you are more in control of what you install on your system from the get-go. Like, you choose from step one what you have on your system, which you can do with Tumbleweed also, by the way, and a lot of other distros. But Arch Linux is difficult enough that it's complicated, but easy enough that everyone that can read can use it. or put effort. Let me put it another way. Everyone that wants to put just a little bit of effort into it can do it. So therefore, there is enough of a barrier that people that do run Arch Linux feel like they are super techy people. Where people that know about tech understand that Arch Linux is just bullshit. Like, you learn nothing from the Arch installer. Nothing. The only thing you learn from the Arch installer is how to run Linux commands that probe your system. That you can learn on any other distribution. Oh, Debian Sid is kind of nice. I've run that for many, many, many years. But yeah, Arch Linux, like, you learn nothing about Linux by doing Arch Linux. Nothing. Arch Linux is not the only distribution where you can use those commands that you use during the setup of Arch Linux. They work on 99% of all distributions because they are almost standard Linux commands. Yeah, you will learn more from a Raspberry Pi, exactly. There are ways of getting backporting newer version of software onto Debian. Nah, I don't want to step up my thumbnail. I don't want to. At one point, I was thinking about hiring like an artist to do them, like paying someone to do thumbnails. But I on purposely make them bad to not attract too much attention. That's how little I care about getting popular. Is that I do everything I can to attract enough of an audience, but not too much of an audience, if that makes sense. You know, if that makes sense. So I put enough effort in that it will reach some people, but not so much that you know, it will reach too many people. Well, yeah. But I am working on another channel. And I may, at some point, hire an artist to do thumbnails for that one. But I haven't uploaded anything yet. Because I need the project to be done first. Yeah, that's nice, and thank you for the offer. But like I said, I kind of like the way it is. I like the black-white background because it's I stole it from Lex Freeman. And all those big podcasters, they do like the black and white background. My original idea was just having a black background with white text on it. That was my original idea. But yeah, it's yeah, I know thumbnails are important, but I don't feel like they are super important. Yeah, I made a video I need to edit that's almost 50 minutes long, where I explain my love and hate relationship with Linux or something like that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going a little bit for, like the black and white kind of thing. They just use people's faces where I use, what is it called, the screenshots and stuff like that. Do I think macOS looks more beautiful than Linux? So, beautiful is subjective, dude. You know, like, some may think someone is beautiful and another person think they are ugly. So I like to look at it from this viewpoint. If you're thinking about like a graphical artist viewpoint, macOS has the best consistency than any operating system out there. And they are paid way more attention to detail. And if you like design, you like that. If that makes sense. You know, some people like just a chair, but some other people like a chair with a little bit more, you know, little, you know, unique features, a little bit like consistency, a little bit like, oh, this is a neat little thing or something like that, you know. And that's macOS for you. Like from a design standpoint, when we talk about the UI, is that it's not necessarily more pretty. I will not say. I will honestly say you can make Linux look way more sexier than macOS. But then the second you start to use it, it falls apart. Because then the theming don't work, the icons, if you use another program, is all over the place. You have 3 different fucking, what is it called, the status bars and all that fucking shit. And one program may follow the theming, another program will not follow the theming. That's what we have with Windows and Linux a lot of times. So in Windows, you know, a lot of things like the file moving bar is white, where if you're using a black theme, it's still light themed. And I know why that is. There's a reason for that. Where on macOS, if they do something that's like a UI, user experience, or user design aspect, it fits in with everything else they do on their phones, on their tablets, on their watches, and with other programs within macOS. Like you can run, like here we're using Qt, and you can run a TTK application, and sometimes it will look great, sometimes it will look like it's from a totally different OS. And from a design standpoint, I would say macOS is the most consistent and the most intuitive and the most thought about experience you can get as a consumer. I will not say that it's prettier, because for me, macOS's look and feel, design, how it looks, is average to me. It's not pretty, it's not ugly. I would say Windows is borderline ugly sometimes. Linux can be amazing, but a lot of times you get into like compatibility issues with other programs. Yeah, people are weird, man. GNOME is not bad. GNOME is just bad in its stock configuration. So the thing with GNOME is that GNOME is great if you add in all the shit that the developers took out of it. So, you know, like, you have to kind of like reverse engineer GNOME into becoming good. You know, that's my viewpoint on GNOME. GNOME is not bad if they actually listen to the user base. Like, if they just listen to the user base, it would probably be the best desktop environment. And you don't have to do everything the user base say, but do the most important things. Like, there's a lot of features everyone used under GNOME they just took away because me know better. You know, like, I know what's best for you kind of mentality. Exactly, if you have to tweak it to make it work, something is wrong, exactly. I will agree with that, yeah. I will definitely agree with that. Oh. NVIDIA GeForce just kicked in. Why the fuck did you do that? Yeah, they want the continuity, yeah. Oh yeah, the resource uses, yeah. That's because most of GNOME is done in JavaScripting, and really bad JavaScripting. What is GYM? If you mean gym, I do go to the gym. I've been working out since 2004. Just not the last few years. It's been a little bit up and down. But I've been working out since 2004. So Valve use a modified version of Arch, correct? Yeah. Not Arch. But they heavily rely on Arch. But they do their own little stuff to like, what is it called? SteamOS. They used to do Debian before. So it's stable because they're doing immutable systems. So they're freezing arts, basically. They're taking arts and making it stable and freezing the systems. So it don't get all the rolling updates and stuff like that to the same degree. So if you know Python and you do like a version environment, you can freeze the versions that environment is using from packages. That's a little bit how you can look at it from... Yeah, I should go to the gym. Like, also, I am fat, but I'm not as fat as people think I am. Like, I am heavy set, but I'm not super heavy set. I'm also tall, like I'm 6'4". So, but if I slim down, this is one thing that people don't get. I will still have a double chin if I slim down. When I was like one of those gym pros, I still have a double chin. I was still choppy in the cheeks and had double chin. Running around with like 15-20% fat on my body. I was still like I was not thin, but I still had like a a double chin. It's in the family. And actually, I look better in the face choppy than I do slim. Funny enough. Because then, there's a reason why you have a double chin. I used to work out like 6 to 7 days a week, a minimum of 1.5 hours. Immutable distros are not worth it if you are a desktop user. Exactly, Lamer. Yeah, I will not go for immutable systems if I'm a home user, no. I will not do that. Why is this so slow? Don't tell me you broke. Oh, it's probably doing some unzipping or something like that. Let's see if we can get the... That's not the one I want. You're barely taking any resources. Is Linux just fucked lately or what going on? Oh yeah, we need to get the bunny emoji, that's right. I think I have a slot for that, to be honest. I think I do have an extra slot. Yeah, Mantiao with AUI is not the greatest, yeah. Yeah, the CPU is doing almost nothing. Am I cursed? Like, not Mint fucked up. Now it looks like Mantiao is fucking up. What's going on, dudes? Yeah. Who is coming for who? I would kind of agree with you on that one when it comes to Mac OS, yeah. A window holding your freedom. Yeah, but this, I don't know where this wallpaper comes from. It may be from Siberia. I don't know. Mint look a little bit outdated. So, is this also fucked up? This is the second distro that fucked up today. Let's restart and try again. God damn it, man. I don't think it's VirtualBox, no. That should have no influence on how it updates. Like, it could affect the... well, Mint is Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu LTS. I think the other... the last distro I have installed on a VM is Mint... Debian, sorry, Debian. But we did that Saturday. I haven't run Fedora in a long time. Maybe I should do that at some point. Maybe I should install that after the stream. Oh, failed retrieving operations too slow. Jesus Christ. Yeah, something is definitely going on either with repos around the world or my internet connection. Let's see if I can remember to do it from the command line. What the fuck is going on here? Ah, this could be it. Oh, Gurada is fucking awful, yeah. Oh, the Manjaro servers are down. Lucky us. I was dabbling with making my own distro at some point. I've done it like 100 times before. I just never released anyone. No packages were upgraded. Yeah, there is definitely a repo problem here. Every Linux distro suck. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's download another one. Give me a second here. Shut down. Yeah, go shut down. Oh yeah, they have had issues with those before. That's right. Yeah. I'm just going on to DistroWatch and finding a distro. Oh, Solus updated. I do like Solus. Should we do the SUSE? I haven't done SUSE in a long ass time. Yeah, I just downloaded it. Let's install it up here. Settings. Just give me 1 second. I think that's already enabled. I love the OpenSUSE installer, yeah. I don't give a fuck about Chris Tide's tech. Hey, Westy. Or Westerby. Leap is super stable. Like, Leap is amazingly stable. No, it is doing some detection. Like, I'm using the net installer, so it probably is downloading some hardware. What is it called? Like drivers and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm an anti-Linux, I know. I'm an anti-Linux YouTuber running Linux. Yay! I don't know if we can... oh, we can see what it's doing, yeah. Oh, it's just doing hardware detection. Also, I have no idea. It's doing network detection now. So it has 4 cores and 8 gigabytes, so it should not be that slow. Yeah, also this is a virtual machine and blah 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 blah. So Windows do like backwards compatibility a lot, yeah. And now it's talking to the network. What's going on? Well, as a Linux advocate and a Linux aficionado, you should know what's going on. Yeah, I am a guinea pig for Microsoft and any human studies they want to do. I have agreed for them to do that. So yeah, if you're not confused, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. But I'm starting to have a sneaky suspicion that I may have some internet issues. No, I am receiving bytes and bits and bobs. I do have a Windows installed, or a VM running. There must be some server stuff going on the servers around the world, because there have been attacks on server hosts not long ago. Well, yeah, but I downloaded the net install, and that I'm staking with it right now, so. I have task manager up. I can see that I have way good, like I have good. It's not even using 5% of my internet connection, and it's stable. And it's sending and receiving. Yeah, no, I do have internet. It's either VirtualBox is limiting my connection. Actually, I don't know if what internet type I'm using. Net. So that should be it. Network. I could go bridge though. I have run Arch longer than most Linux users have used Linux. Okay? Like... I think what the issue is that, like I said, I have noticed some... So Microsoft Teams had issues either yesterday or was it today? So it could be, yeah, but we may not be connected to the same servers. Because they use something called OpenBrain or something like that in the back end that finds the correct server for you. Because I have a stable upload, and if my internet was fucked up, I would also have a non-stable upload. You know. Because it sounds weird that upload is stable but download is not stable. That's a weird situation to be in. Unless it is like I could try a bridge connection though. I could try a bridge connection. Yoink. That worked. I went over to a bridge connection, that worked. I also tried FreeBSD. So it must be well, are we speaking too soon now? No, I just switched to from NAT connection to bridge connection on the host. Or on VirtualBox, sorry, on VirtualBox. But I don't know if it likes that. Yeah, I may need to reinstall. I am running Windows as my host. Yeah, I probably need to power off the machine. There you go. This seems to run a little bit faster. Yeah, I need to refocus OBS every time I do a Windows change. Oh. There you go. Language, keyboard, Danish, next. Yeah, I don't mind that. That it takes some time. Oh yeah, it's massively different. Oh, so I normally just go with generic desktop and then install KDE and stuff like that on my own afterwards, not get a lot of load. Oh. Mm. Oh. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, but I just like going generic desktop. I just like that better. This should be enough. I should be able to boot even though it says this. Or generic desktop basically just mean ICE VM. So the generic desktop gives you ICE VM. Yeah, the repos are faster in Europe, yeah. Well, technically we could go in here and do or have used this in forever. What is it this one here? I know, I've been using SUSE since 1998 or something like that. They only have Thunderbolt 3? What? No, it's okay, man. We need Dolphin. Should probably also do Discover and Arc. Oh, I used to mess around with K-Mouth a lot. Crusade, I used to run that a lot also. Samba would be a good one. Okay, fine. Yeah, probably need that one also. But I think that's in the base library, right? I don't know if I should go with another desktop environment. Yeah, I like SUSE. I do like Cinnamon quite a lot. I don't like GNOME that much. Yeah, Budgie is like weird. Yeah, Mint is kinda yeah, Elementary, but you need like you need to do a community repo to get Elementary up and running. Or Pantheon desktop. Or Enlightenment. Is that the one you mean? Yeah, I think I would just stick with KDE. I probably forgot something, but we can always install that later on. Go, penguin, go! Or lizard. I wonder if one of those like terminally online brain-rotted idiotards, free software foundation lovers, think that I'm a lizard people now that I'm installing OpenSUSE because their mascot is a lizard, and that's like a phenomenal message to the world that I'm secretly a lizard person from the planet Suak trying to take over the world or something like that. God, people are fucking stupid on the internet sometimes. It's so funny, man. Well, it is a gecko, yeah, but, you know. On Windows managers, I don't have an opinion on Windows managers. I feel a lot of people use Windows managers because they really, 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 really like to taking beautiful screenshots. Like, yeah. Well, a chameleon, yeah. I think actually it is a chameleon, yeah. But yeah, I have never met anyone that spent more time taking screenshots than Windows Manager users. Like, they love taking screenshots. And hey, if that's your hobby, you know, like... And I see a lot of people say, oh, it's so efficient for coding and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but you don't code. You're not a developer. You're doing it to watch your hentai anime porn. Or to jerk off to, like, a 1980s cartoon or something like that. Again, people are weird, you know, like... They're just weird. Like, if you just said, hey, I like Windows managers because I can take pretty screenshots, I'm like, fine. Cool. Cool. Hey, yeah, if you like sitting and... Like, I loved to do that back in the day. Like, my favorite thing was installing a new distro and then spending hours theming it, basically. Setting up the desktops and theming them and make them look all, like, nerdy and nice and... You know... And that's it. But at least be honest about it, you know. Yeah, exactly. When you're done theming and it's looking great, the fun is gone. And then you go on to the next either desktop environment or Windows Manager or distribution. Yeah, oh, I can't remember the program. What is SS again? Wilson. Because I think I'm using a program to do exactly that, but I just want to make sure what you mean by S. A screenshot. You can set that up in keyboard shortcuts. So what I do typically, yeah, you can keybind that in macOS. Just search for screenshots, and you should be able to re-keybind that basically. At least I've heard people do that. Because I don't think that gets hard-coded into Mac OS. Those damn sex bots. Stop following me. I miss the old Linux distributions from the late 90s, early 2000s. They had so much more character than the new ones have. Like, imagine living in a world where you didn't install Linux in a live install environment. You did it like we're doing right now. You had to go through an installer first. Oh, the whore! Oh god! No! No! You're telling me I can't preview the OS before I install it. Oh my god. Heathens! What have you done to me? Yeah, that was the day, man. Them were the days. So, there was live installers before Ubuntu, but they were not super popular and really badly done. Like, really badly done. They was like hit and miss if they worked. That's true. Yeah, I do like live environments for data recovery and stuff like that. Troubleshooting. I have no opinion on that either. If that's what you want to do, that's what you do. It's just deal with the consequences, I guess. You know? That's why I can't take Linux users seriously, ham radio. I remember back in the 90s, you know, people bitched and moaned for a lot of things. Ubuntu gave them 90% of all the things they want, but now they don't like it because it's coming from Ubuntu or Canonical. Kernel malware, of course. Of course you're coming with this, like, amazingly high IQ comment. Got a package in the mail and so it used a mini. Oh, yeah. The fuck is going on with the playlist today? We're over 50% done. Let's see if I remember to install everything. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. They switch to Linux, back to Windows because of real life stuff. Well, it's not super slow. I have seen slower distributions. Oh, yeah. Is it working now? Yeah, there's no... You have no more freedom, or you don't own your hardware more on Linux. It's the stupidest thing I have ever heard. You should be running Linux because you own your hardware. Microsoft is not coming and stealing my graphic card. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not like when I install Linux, they're like, yeah, you can't have your graphic card anymore. Give it back to us. Like, what the fuck are they on about? It's like, what are you on about? I've never had someone taking my hardware away from me from going away from Windows. I'm not talking out of my ass again. You are talking out of your ass. Like, you can also manually turn off your computing core on Windows. Like, come on. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, that's another thing. There's a lot of shit that don't work on the Linux that just works on the Windows. But that's more like a compatibility issue. It's better to build your house, because then you get to own your house. Well, that's the mentality that they kind of have, I guess. A real OS. Dude, did you get dropped as a kid? Why is Windows not a real OS? And how is Windows spyware? You are on a site right now that know more about you than Windows does. I'm not seeing you repelling against Google. If you think Linux don't take telemetry, I cannot do right now what I'm doing without it taking telemetry of my computer. There's network protocols that need to know who I am, where I am, for it to do its shit that it's doing right now. That is telemetry. Linux is taking go learn. Google telemetry. Google telemetry. Like, if you don't understand what telemetry is, we can't even have this conversation. Your skill level is just too low for this conversation. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean, you need to understand what telemetry is before we can have this conversation. Yeah, Windows is a hybrid kernel, exactly. Exactly, ham radio. Exactly, ham radio. It's hard to repel against... No, but you need to be consistent. You cannot say that one thing is bad if one person do it, or one thing is doing it, but it's not bad if another person, another thing is doing it. That's being inconsistent. And that is being selective with what you are believing in and how you apply your logic, or how you apply your foundational beliefs, or what you will call it. It would be like, it's okay for me to steal because I really need it, but it's not okay for you to steal. That's kind of the same mentality. Exactly, Gray. I don't like recall. I don't think anyone likes recall. There's a lot of shit people don't like about Windows, but Windows in general just give people more things they like than they dislike. That's why they keep using it. You can never have a system where you love or like everything that system or that company running that system or software do. There will always be something about a piece of software that you don't like. It's all about is it providing more benefits than negatives. That's all it's all about. Yeah, the least shitty situation. You can kind of see it like that, yeah. And there's also like the risk versus reward benefit. There is the I'm giving this up, but I'm getting this back relationship. So if you go into security, you can have the most secure computer ever. It's super easy to do. You just can't use it. But it's the most secure computer. No, this is KDE. But you can have the most secure computer ever. You just can't use it. It's so secure, not even you can access it. Nobody can access it. So in security, there is the convenience versus security aspect of it. So at some point, it's so inconvenient to use that people are going out of their way to circumvent the security. And that you have failed at that point. What you need to do is to have a security system, and this is also personal security in all aspects of life. It has to be so it's inconvenient for you, but not too inconvenient for you. Because if it's like, let's say 5% inconvenient for you, it's 100 times more inconvenient for people that are trying to be malicious towards you. So a lot of people are willing to give up a little convenience of being a little bit inconvenient. But you don't want, again, we can build the perfectly safe house. So safe that not even you can get in there, but what use is it then? We can build we can build road systems that will never kill anyone. But it's going to be super inconvenient to use and super slow. So it's always this like convenience versus security, convenience versus risk kind of thing. And it's also that with software, with the operating systems. At least I don't think, this should be KDE. And a lot of people, they tend to forget about that. They are like, well, honestly, ham radio, if you really, really want privacy and security, it's not enough to plug out your Ethernet plug, because I could visit you and I could run away with your computer. You know, like, it's super inconvenient for me, but it's not undoable. Like, honestly, and let me put it in another way. The more you learn about a subject, and this don't have to be computers, it could be shoemaking, it could be knitting, it could be fucking making a portrait of a naked dildo, it could be whatever you want on earth. The more you understand about a subject, the more you realize how stupid the internet is. How little the average and above average people on the internet understand about that subject. It could be learning the guitar. When you get like an average to an average guitar player, you realize how many guitar tutors on the internet, in quotes, are bad. And you don't have to be a fucking, Kurt Hammett to understand that. You just need to understand a little bit more than the basics. If you learn a little bit more of the basics of knitting, you will understand how many people on the internet and also knitting teachers on the internet actually understand and know knitting. Because people do this whole thing that they learn the absolute minimum, so they learn more than most people do. And then they think they know everything. So they stop evolving. I spent almost 30 years learning Linux and Windows and what have you not. And then you see a kid that has used Linux for 2 months that think that they can outsmart me and stuff, or people like me. And it's so sad. Because what they do is they find other 6-month-year-old Linux babies, and they talk to each other, and they're like, oh, look how smart we are. Yes, we are so smart. And then they take that, they go as a group, and they pretend to be smart to other people. There is a saying, I don't think it's being said in a few places, but most people don't say this anymore. If you want to be better at something, you associate with people that are better than you, not on your level. But most people don't want to do that because it makes them feel stupid. So that's why you see a lot of netters, a lot of guitar players, a lot of Linux users, a lot of coders, whatever it is. They like to be, most of them like to be in places where they are the smart one. Because it boosts their self-confidence, their self-esteem, and all that fucking shit. Or they at least want to be at people that are kind of their level so they can exchange ideas, and one is not more smart than the other one, but may know a little bit in that area, and then I know a little bit in that area. You rarely see people talking to people that are super more knowledgeable about a subject than they are, because then they are the stupid one. And then when they become the knowledgeable one, you have to find someone smarter than you again. So when you become the smart one in the group, you should move on. You should move away. You should go over to another group where you're the stupid one. That's how you learn. That's how you become good. You always are associating yourself with people better, smarter than you, and more successful than you. That's how you actually evolve. But most don't do that. So what they do is attacking those people instead. I keep saying this to a lot. I said this to a lot of people in my comment section. Let's forget about me. Let's forget about me for a second here. If you really, really want to learn coding, if you really, really want to learn Linux, hey, lower. Yeah, be lower. Always be lower. If you really, really want... Yeah, you're really too good. You're too good of a person, but that's another debate. If you really, really want to learn Linux and coding, my Discord is a great place to start. There's a lot of smart people in there with decades of experience. If my Discord is too small or not knowledgeable enough, you can go on to like Christian Lambert's Discord. Or you could go on to some, if there's a specific coding language that you're into, you find a Discord with a big YouTuber that, you know, is a specialist in that programming language, and you go on to that Discord. You always try to go to the places where you are the stupid one. You don't go to places where you are the smart one, because then you are the one that's elevating everyone else. And most people, when they become your level, they move along. They go over another place. Because then your knowledge is not good enough for them, because they already know more than you do. So they move on. But you stand still. And here's the thing. I've seen this in the working life so much. That people like, I've been working here for 10 years, and now this fucking little stupid idiot that's been here for like 2 years get a promotion. Yeah, that's because you are standing still. You have not learned anything new. You don't want to adapt. You don't want to do the new thing. You just want to do Pascal coding or dig a hole with your fucking spade or something like that. You didn't take this like excavator course, or you didn't take this like off-roading course, and now you're stuck here. But this dude that came in, or dudette that came in 6 months ago, took all the courses. They said yes to all of the new knowledge that the company is providing. But you stood still. That's why they got the promotion. And that's how a lot of Linux people, they do, because learning Linux in the beginning is super easy. Installing Arch Linux is super easy. It's super easy to learn to do. Linux is easy to learn to do. Mastering Linux, understanding Linux, be good at Linux takes years to do. Like, probably decades. Most people don't want to commit to that. They don't want to commit to that. They are willing to commit to learn to install Arch Linux. They are willing to commit to learn a little bit of configuration in a desktop environment. They are willing to commit to learn a few Linux commands. And now they think they're experts. They think they are smart. They, blah, 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 blah. But they are not. They are basically an average Linux user. Yeah, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Exactly. Delphi is the best lang ever, huh? Are there good office computer jobs? Even if you don't know how to code? Yes. It's super easy to get any job you want. Like, it is super easy to get any job you want. You just have to show. Well, first of all, you kind of have to find the job opportunities where someone will give you a chance. And that's mostly upstarts, small businesses, where you won't make, the big salary right away. They are taking a chance on you, so therefore they are not going to pay you the same as someone that's been in the industry for 5, 10, 30 years. Calling someone average is not over. Well, okay, I got what you're saying right now. My dyslexia kicked in. So you need to find a place where they need someone like you and they are willing to give you a chance. And then you have to show them that you are a hard worker, that you are willing to spend your own free time on learning what you don't know already. You also have to show to them that you're willing to learn and you can adapt and that you can do what they need. Because a lot of people rather have a person to say, I can't do that right now, but give me like a week and I can do it for you, versus someone like, no, I don't want to do that because I want to do it this way. This is how I've done it for 30 years. I want to use Python. I'm not going to use Java. That person will not have a job for the longest time. Versus a guy, I know Python, but hey, give me a week, 2 weeks, a month, I can probably learn enough Java to do the job for you. That shows that you are adaptable. What is like is it the Marines or the Army that says adapt and overcome or something like that? That's true. You adapt to the situation and then you overcome it. I've seen so many people with so little experience out-competing people with a lot of experience just for the fact that they want to work harder for it. They want to adapt. They want to go the extra mile. They don't say no. They're like, I don't know how to do this, but I can learn it. And for a boss, especially if you can learn on your own, you're like, yeah, I can do this if you pay for my education, for example. Or, yeah, I can do this if you throw me into a school for the next 6 months. They don't want to hear that. What they want to hear is like, I don't know how to do it, but I can figure it out. And then when you do that enough, you prove yourself over X amount of time. And you go to your boss and you're like, you know what? You hired me with no knowledge. You hired me, I didn't know that much. Now I'm actually on the level as a full-blown, almost as a full-blown whatever it developer, whatever it is. Can I get a raise? And you will probably see a massive fucking increase in your raise or in your salary at that point. Like, it's not unheard of that if you start with like a janitor's salary and you prove that you are worth a manager, that you can go from janitor to manager in a, let's say, IT department, because you have showed that you can learn, you can adapt, and you can actually use it. So they are willing to pay you what you are worth. The worst thing you can do is say no, and don't evolve or learn on your own, and don't expand your knowledge. Because nothing stays the same. There's like one universal, there's a lot of universal truth. Like Laura will always be the most amazing person ever, and everyone else is just tiny puny humans besides that. Go sub to her channel, by the way. But anyway, Laura, post your link to your channel. One thing that's universal is everything will evolve and change. Nothing will stay the same. You will not stay the same. The things you like and love will not stay the same. Nothing stays the same. And either you change with it or adapt, adapt and overcome, or you get left behind. And at some point, you want to be left behind. This is not for me anymore. I want to do a career change. So I'm okay with being left behind while I'm finding the new thing. That's okay. Then you find the new interest you have on the new thing. And then you do, you adapt and overcome. Or you're like, you know what? I am happy where I am. I am happy with my life. I don't need more or less responsibility. I don't need more or less money. I am content. Let everyone else, go ahead. That's kind of what happens when you become like you have like 10 years left on the working market or something like that. You tend to just be like, you know what? I've done what I need to. I just want, a 9-to-5, a good salary, come home to a wife or boyfriend or whatever, anime girlfriend or anime boyfriend, and I'm happy with that. I have a little apartment or little house, and I'm happy. Thank you, Lamer. I'm happy with that. But that's most people that are like, I'm ready to retire soon kind of thing. Oh, thank you, Anton. So, at one point, you will reach that place where you're like, you know what? I'm content, and that's also fine. And if you reach that at 30 or 40, that's also fine. You just have to understand that then you are going to be stuck where you are. You are going to be stuck where you are. And if you're okay with that, and there are people that are okay with that. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there are people right now that are okay with the state of Linux. They don't care. And then there are people that are not okay, that want it to be better. But they want it to be better and also stay as it is right now. That can't happen. Yeah, but that's because loyalty, so here's the thing. A company's loyalty to its workers and a worker's loyalty to a company has kind of disappeared. That's the sad reality of it. Back in the day, companies had the means and the extra money and everything moved in a pace where they could take more care of workers that they really, really liked or was really loyal to the company. That means that the more the company do for the workers, the more loyal the workers are to the company. The company earns the workers' loyalty, and then they get, you get the idea here. But nowadays everything is so fucking fast, and a lot of companies only last 2 years. That you have to remember that also. Most companies nowadays are small companies or upstarts. They last about 2 to 5 years. If you last over 2 years, I think you are more successful than 90+% of all upstarts or new companies. Most companies fails within the first 2 years. And especially in tech, a lot of jobs in tech is with new companies. At least if you want the interesting jobs. You see a lot of tech people that have worked for this upstart or this new company and blah, 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 blah. And they last like 3-5 years and that's it. So they don't get to build that loyalty up with each other. And they're also always on the edge in an upstart because they don't know if they have a company in like 6 months. So it's like, do we put in the efforts to actually, do I think this will last 10 years? If not, why be loyal to it? But that's mostly in the tech field. That there's so many new and upcomers, and there's so many things happening that most people that are working for a IT company, they do it for the job and the benefits. They don't do it for the loyalty of the company, because they don't know if that company will be around for like 2 years or 6 months. Even the owners don't know if they are alive in 6 months. They're like, if we're not bought out by Google or Microsoft or Apple within like the first 3 years, we are bankrupt, basically. That's what a lot of people like go for. They get an idea and a technology, and they hope to get bought out or getting absorbed by another massive company that basically makes them billionaires overnight. How Apple did it back in the day and Microsoft did it, that kind of thing is really rare now when it comes to IT. You want to hear something stupid? So, Google Maps, you know, I think it was called Keyhole or something like that back in the day. Or it was owned by a company called Keyhole. The US government, and I'm really paraphrasing, making it simple here, by the way, was either angry or they did something that went against Google, or not Google, the US government. So they started to be like, hey, we want your technology because we can use it for espionage and space stuff like that. So the US government's philanthropist department or venture capital department became a customer and a venture capitalist for Keyhole, which Google bought. And Google used to have, it's called something else now, but Google used to have a department of government contracts or something like that. So Google bought Keyhole, I think it was Keyhole it was called, but they also bought with that the United States government as a contractor. This is all public information, by the way. And at the same time, Google was in court for, you know, their cars that drove around and took street pictures. They were also stealing people's internet traffic and Wi-Fi passwords. And when they bought Keyhole, and therefore the United States government as a contractor, that lawsuit went away. That lawsuit went away. I have the video where another YouTuber talks about this at the end of a video. I will try and link that because he did like the whole research into it and stuff like that. Not link it. I'll try and find it and put it in my Discord when we're done streaming. But think about it. The same with Facebook. Facebook has a department that deals with government contracts. So do any big company. This is not just a Google thing. Like, there's a reason why a lot of big tech companies get away with a lot of shit, and that's because they're working with the governments around the world that helps them get away with that shit. So if that means that it's a US government, US based company, that means that they're working a lot with the US government. Like I said, the US, I can't remember if it was CIA or FBI, who the fuck it is. They have like a venture capitalist department where they are funding money into projects where they can then use that technology for whatever things the US government is doing. It's super weird. The same is here in Denmark. The Danish government has their fucking fingers in a lot of things here. It's not just US, it's all over the place. Like, the US government or whatever, like, for fuck's sake, we all, okay, Linux users love to promote Linux. They're promoting an OS that is primarily used in North Korea and China. Like, it's probably maybe not taking over. It's maybe not taken over Windows in China yet, but it's getting there. But it's the operating system for North Korea. Like, North Korea spent a lot of money running and supporting FOSS programs and stuff like that. So do China, so do Russia, just like Americans do. Just like Europe do. But I don't like... There was a spike in Linux desktop use when Microsoft withdrew from the Russian market. Yeah, red flag Linux, exactly. And a lot of Linux users saw that as a positive. And you were like, you do know that the Russian people are not stupid, okay? Russia can put a lot of fucking shady shit into open source projects that will take years to discover. They probably already have. Heck, the United States government probably already have done that. Europe probably have already done that. There are probably backdoors or bugs or snooping devices in open source software we don't even know is there yet. And probably been there for years. Just like there is backdoors and shit like that in proprietary software. And some of it, of course, is put in there by demand. Of course it is. I'm not saying proprietary software is better by any means. But this like falsely belief that because you can see the source code. No, this is a fact. There are security experts right now that are out talking about the danger of open source malware, spyware, and viruses. Because when they find them, when they do find the backdoors, the spyware, the malware in open source projects, they are like so well built. Like they are so well crafted because of open source. You know, they've already found them. They already found viruses and malware and spyware in open source software. There's probably a CVS or something like that about it right now somewhere. And what those security experts and white hat hackers have found is that because the bad people can see the source code, they can make a way better, more efficient, harder to detect version of their malicious program. So they compare, you know, the same, let's say, antivirus or the same virus made for an open source project versus a proprietary project, and the open source targeted virus is way more efficient and better than the proprietary one most of the time, because they know how to do it. They can see how to do it. They don't have to reverse engineer so much. It's like giving them the you know, I'm not giving you the key to the door, but I'm telling you how the door is built. That's what we are coming about. We're not giving them the key to the door, but we're showing them how this security door is built, which makes it easy for them to find loopholes and problems in the door design, basically. Again, I'm not saying proprietary software is more secure, because giving it enough time and enough reverse engineering, they can do the same with closed source programs. But it's just easier and faster to do with open source, because we don't have to, how is this working? We know how it's working. We can see it right here. And we are like, oh, there's a buffer overflow here. Oh, there is a unhinged variable here. Let's utilize this. They don't have to try and find problems. And that's what the security experts are finding out right now, is that because people can see that the quality of those viruses and malwares are higher than proprietary. So security by obscurity got debunked as a security measure back in the 1950s. Meaning that it don't work. Security by obscurity is something you do as a part of your overall security strategy. So that means that, yes, you can use security by obscurity, like, let's say, have a server in a place nobody knows about. But that don't make it secure, but it can help enhancing the other security features. So if someone is walking their fucking dog or their one-legged dildo, and they do find that server farm, and you have a really, really good like perimeter security and stuff like that, it gets harder for them to get in, basically. But it's not a security measurement that you run as a main or priority security thing. It's a thing that you use or can use as part of your security strategy. Like, I can have a book with all my passwords in, and I can hide it in my apartment. That's security by obscurity. You don't know where it is. But if you find it, it's not secure anymore. And just, what is it, Murphy's Law or something like that? If it can happen, it will happen. It's super difficult to hide something on Earth now. Like, especially if you're not really, really hiding it. So unless you want to hide someone on, like, Antarctica or something like that, Linux is not secure by obscurity. Linux is just not targeted because of it. There's a difference. Again, I can have a house. We can all agree about... Let's say we have a house with one door. Let's go into paint here. Can we do paint? Let's do good old paint here. So we have a house here. And we have an open door. And no, that's not what I want. Is it what I want? No, is it? Right? Yeah? Good old paint, yeah. Why can't I use this one? Oh, there you go. We have a dude here. We have a good old dude here. This dude can just walk in this door. The door is open. We can all agree this is not secure. So security by obscurity basically means if I take this house and I move it somewhere where this guy or this girl don't know where it is, then it's secure. The door's still open. But it's like, okay, he or she don't know where it is, so therefore, well, it must be secure. No. It's just they just don't know where it is, or they don't want to go in the door. So in Linux's case is that this person knows that Linux is here, they just don't want to go in the door. They don't want to attack it, they don't want to do anything with it. If you are a home user, so Linux gets attacked on servers all the time and are behind firewalls and hardening systems and what have you not on the server market. Some server administrators I've talked to will even say that their Linux machines get breached faster and more than their Windows machines does. I don't know if that's reliable information. I only heard it from a few people, but that's what they say. That if you leave a Linux machines on a server or Linux OS on a server for like 30 seconds, it's infected with malware and spyware and viruses and all of those fucking things. Again, I don't know how accurate that is because I've only talked to a few people that actually work as a Linux administrator. But security by obscurity basically just means that this house called L is somewhere else that you don't know where is. But the door is still open. So the building is not secure. The unknowingness of the location or the unwillingness to find it or go in the door is what's making it secure. Obscurity. It's in the name. And yes, if you then lock this door here, and you put a lot of fences around it, and you have guard dogs, good old little guard dog here, and you then put it into a place that nobody knows about, then you're using security by obscurity as a part of the overall security, and now it makes a little bit more sense, because if this little fucking angry guard gnome here finds this place, they can't just walk in with their dick swing and take everything. They now need to deal with the fence and the guard dog, the closed door, and all that things. So yes, you're making it a little bit more inconvenient because they have to find the location first. That's also why you see a lot of secret bases and stuff like that are still, they still are locked down. They still have guards. They still have, security bip-bops and dubsteps and surveillance cameras and all that fucking shit. Because if security by obscurity was security, they didn't need any of that because, well, you don't know where it is. Or nobody will come here. Or there will probably be one person out of 1,000 that will come this way. So therefore we don't need to secure it. That's why security by obscurity is so dangerous. I don't know what they use. They're probably using whatever the fuck it is. Security by obscurity is not security, but it can be used as part of your security. And that's what people kind of tend to get all fucked up in their heads about. So again, my book with all my passwords in, if I put that in a box that is with a key, and I put that box in another box that has like a traditional like safe kind of, the round dial, and I then put that into my garden somewhere. So I'm using 3 or 4 security measures plus obscurity to help secure it. So if you're outside digging your dead bodies in my garden, you're trying to hide your wife in my garden because you swinged her in the face with a frying pan, and you find my safe, you still can't get into it because you still need, go through 3 or 4 security layers for it. But the chances that someone is going to do that are super low. But that don't mean that it's secure. It just means that the probabilities of someone finding it is low. That don't mean it won't. Because like I said, if security by obscurity was a thing, Area 51 or what the fuck it's called, would not have perimeter security. When people didn't know it was there. A lot of bases around the world would not have security that we don't know are there, but they do. They may not have security that you can see, but they do have security. You can't just waltz into a government installation. It's impossible without getting figured out, at least. If you're just walking, la 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 la, oh, there's an open door, let me walk in. Oh, there's the NSA's like encryption department. Hello! That's not how the world works. You probably got your dick shot off 10 times before you even think about going in that door. But again, like I said, there's a lot of misunderstanding about security when it comes to open source and just the whole... If you think about Linux, FOSS, and all of this in non-tech terms, it for some people makes more sense. You can build your own house. You build your own foundation, you build your own everything. And you put a lot of security measures into it and stuff like that. But the whole blueprints for your house, everyone can just get it. Everyone can take it. Would you deem that as being more secure then? Than if you did the same thing, but those blueprints, you put them into the cement of the foundation of your house. It's not a double-edged sword. The only benefit there is to open source or to looking at the source code is developers' benefit. There's no security benefit, there's no stability benefit, because all of that comes down to the quality of the developers working on that software. You can have crappy developers working on proprietary software, and you can have crappy developers working on open source software. And both of them would have problems. And if you think that proprietary software is only one guy or one company looking at it, no. I tend to joke around and say that proprietary software is basically open source behind an NDA. Because there's a lot of other companies looking at other companies' source code. They just have to sign an NDA. Yeah, source availability, call it what you will. And they also have to sign a non-compete agreement that they won't use the knowledge to compete, make competing products and stuff like that. Yeah, like I said, the only benefits, like Red Hat exactly, the only real benefits you get from FOSS software is other developers can see what they're doing without having to, signing papers and ringing it up and, hey, is it okay if I can get this part of the source code? And it just makes it so much easier to work with the software as a developer. Or if you want to learn. So if you want to learn a specific code language, well, you have the source code right there for a program, so you can learn from looking at the source code. it's not going to benefit the end user, it's not going to benefit the society, it's not going to benefit anyone if it's proprietary or open or closed. I will not say all security is a trust me bro situation. Because there are things you can do where the security is in your hand only. You know. So another way of thinking about it is that the biggest advocate for FOSS software are people that don't utilize what FOSS software can do. Or it's not going to benefit them, other than they're getting free shit. You know. And honestly, most people like FOSS software because they get free shit. I don't know how many times the projects, communities have asked or put software behind a paywall for it just to be forked so someone can get it for free. And then put that person or that group out of business. Because they don't want to pay for it. That's the sad reality, to be honest. Like, take away the whole community view and how, they're fighting and all of that. That's the sad reality of it. That people are expecting so much. Like, they are expecting so much for these fucking amazing people out there that are working their ass off to provide people with something they can use. And they don't even want to give just a little back to them. And the second they do that, the second they're like, I can't keep this up anymore, I need a little bit of money, or I need this help and stuff like that, they are be called beggars, they are be called corporate greedy assholes. And if they then do put stuff behind a paywall, someone else will take the source code, remove their branding, and redistribute it. So the original authors, the original developers, they are left in the dark. And a lot of times those forks, those whatever it is, they can't keep up. They figure out they need money, so they stop developing on it. And then the project dies. So the original project dies and the fork dies. Linux and FOSS have a fork problem. There are so many forks out there for these reasons I'm talking about right now. And most forks dies. Because they then realize how much effort it takes to keep this project alive, and they don't want to do that. Or it actually takes money to buy server hosting and stuff like that, or storage hosting. And they're not willing to do that, but they already killed off the original author. So every time you see a project die and being forked, you're just postponing the inevitable. You're just pushing it a little bit. It's rarely that a forked project stays alive. And it all comes down to, most of the time, is that a lot of FOSS people, FOSS advocates, are not willing to support the thing that they say they are supporting. And I mean that by donating. I mean that by helping out. And donating don't have to be money. Heck, if you, let's say you upgrade your computer and you live nearby, one of your favorite video player developers or whatever the fuck it is, or you are really using a big fucking software suite, you could be like, hey, I'm upgrading my computer. Is there any developer near me that needs some of my components or my computer, and I can donate it to you? Or you can buy it from me for really cheap or something like that. Instead of them paying like full price for a computer of that caliber, you're selling it for like nothing. People don't do that. No, Windows is super optimized. Windows is super efficient. Like, Windows is super efficient. Like, I have a video where I just this is just for fun. You know, this is not a scientific study or anything like that. But I was trying to see if I could crash Windows and Linux by just open Chrome tabs. So basically do a RAM, like how do a distribution, I tried 2 different distributions on Windows. How do they handle excess RAM use? I could crash all Linux. I couldn't crash Windows. Welcome back, Lamer. So Windows got super slow, but I could still use it. I managed to crash all Linux distributions I did it with. I think it's like a 1 gigabyte. I did it in 1 gigabyte or something like that. No, Windows is super efficient. Windows is super like if we take away telemetry and data collection and all of the bullshit that Microsoft puts into Windows, if we took all of that out and we're only looking at Windows technology, the Windows technology, it's leap years ahead of Linux. And it's trading close with macOS. There's something macOS is better at than Windows, and there's something Windows is better at than macOS from a design standpoint. The only bad thing there is with Windows, if you want to look at it like that, is that Microsoft do put a lot of bullshit on it. Let's be honest here. They do put a lot of bullshit on it. They do. And of course, Windows would be better without it. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. No, Unix like OS is not more efficient and faster. It depends on the workload. It totally depends on the workload. It totally depends on the workload. Just like with Linux is not the most used server OS in the world. Linux is the most used web hosting server OS. And there's like 1 or 2 other, maybe virtualization OS. You know. But if you take all server roles, anything from user management to directory management and all that fucking shit, Windows still have over 50% of the market share. If you took all server roles into aspect. Linux is just superly highly represented in 3 or 4, I think it is, like specific markets. So like web hosting service is massively dominated by Linux, for example. And the same, like I think virtualization servers are also massively dominated by Linux, but they are a lot of times are spinning up a Windows desktop, you know. Yeah, battery life is something where Windows have an edge up, or Mac OS. I fucking my MacBook Air. Hey Jan, my MacBook Air. I love that fucking piece of shit. Like, the battery life on it is fucking amazing. It's like tablet battery territories. Like, I love that shit. Like, I love that I don't have to be worried if I'm charged, have it like almost even half charged, and I'm sitting in bed, and want to watch YouTube until I pass out or something like that. I don't have to worry that after an hour or 2 hours it starts to act up. And it's a 4-year-old machine. Like, try and get a 4-year-old Lenovo and stuff like that. It can't last that long. I do hear that the new Windows ARM machines are super efficient also. Yeah, Eeps, I'm talking shit. But yeah, like that fucking laptop is amazing, man. MacBook Mini. Oh, MacBook Air, sorry. Yeah, MacBook Air. Yeah, MacBook Air, not Mac Mini. The Mac Mini don't have a battery yet. Well, it does have a battery, but yeah, MacBook Air, yeah. I fucked that up. Yeah, the 8 gig one, yeah. My Mac Mini is an 8 gig one. I've been using my Mac Mini for almost a year now on 8 gig. No problems. No problems. It is swapping a lot, but have no problem. My biggest issue with my Mac Mini is actually the lack of CPU cores. I don't watch Linux content, Eves. It's not you, it's not anyone specific. I just can't stand the free software people's craziness and rhetoric that they are spewing in comment section, and how a lot of Linux YouTubers nowadays are catering to their sanity. So FOSS people, or not FOSS people, or Free Software Foundation people and their fanboys has kind of become what wokeness is for gaming and stuff like that. You see a lot of Linux YouTubers catering to their, or saying things they don't mean or don't really believe in. So those Free Software Foundation or Free Software fans, boys and girls, are not going mental in the comment section. Or they are leaving stuff out in fear that it will angry them, basically. So I can't watch a lot of Linux YouTubers or people dealing with Linux in general, because it really is a matter of, I start to see more and more Linux people starting to cater to those kind of people, you know. Oh, there's a lot of misinformation about Windows 11. There's always misinformation about Windows, let's be honest, you know. Yeah, the vegans of the computing world, yeah. Hey, Recon. My watch just told me that I should stop shouting so much. But I also had my watch near my mouth, laying my head on, resting my head on my arm. So apparently I'm shouting too much. But yeah. It's just sad, man. It's super sad. It's sad that we can't have the hard conversations within Linux that we need to have to make it better, because those fucking inbred idiots, mouth-drooling idiots, is ruining it for everyone. I miss the day when we could sit and be angry at each other for either, you know, Debian packages, no Red Hat packages, and then 5 minutes later we were laughing and having fun because in the end we are all Linux users. I miss those days quite a lot, to be honest. Oh, I forgot that I wanted Chrome. But the Free Software people, the Free Software Foundation people, have become the thought police of Linux. It's not Linux, it's GNU Linux. You know, it's not about open source, it's about freedom. They are telling you what to think, what to do. They have become the thought police of Linux. And I probably should be better at actually say Free Software people and Free Software Foundation people, because I do like, for the most part, the open source people. I align more with the open source people. You know, I do align a lot with what they are saying. Yeah, Linux is a great one-task system. Yeah. Like Linux, like all the way on to a kernel level, it's super good at optimizing Linux for doing one thing and doing it super fucking good. So that's why it's super good for IoT devices. I do use Proton Mail. I use it for really, really specific things. Or if I need to talk to or type to someone that I'm a little bit sus, you know, that like, yeah, I don't think that they are like on the up and up. If you get what I'm coming at. I probably need to open it with Yast. I use Gmail every day and I use Outlook every day. Oh, it's the key factoring. Oh, god, yeah. No, this is KDE. I'm running KDE right now. I'm running OpenSUSE. You should be able to see that by running this, like, see this Ruby program called Yast up here. They really should move that to another coding language than Ruby. Ruby's so dead. Yeah, Cody is with a stall, man. Let's be honest here. Yeah, I'm a heathen. I even had, like, I have a video. I have a video where I use Edge, Microsoft Edge, on a Windows, not Windows, on a Linux distribution. Oh god, people got angry about that one. That was not a, yeah, they didn't like that for sure. Where do we have settings? Wink. Where's techno? Oh. Also, I need to make the chat into live chat instead of, there you go. I do like Breeze Dark. Edge is actually a good browser. It's actually not half bad. I don't like Firefox. Firefox just runs like shit. I used to be like a super hardcore Firefox guy, but that shit has like long done. I don't know who the fuck fucked Firefox up, but someone or something fucked it up. It's super bad, in my opinion. Let's just take everything. I do miss distro hopping, to be honest. Like, I don't dislike Firefox. Firefox just seems outdated and not good, not as good enough as any other browser out there, basically. That's kind of what I'm coming at here. We need to give this a lower priority. Oh, here it is. God damn it. This is kind of funny that you give it a lower number and that's a higher priority. I use Firefox, again, if I'm going on to SUSE pages or something like that. So my Firefox is like riddled with like, not antiviruses, with like ad blockers and what have you not. So I do use it if I'm going on to SUSE web pages and whatnot. Everything's up to date. Got you. Komodo tracking is weird, man. They give the CCP more access, yeah. So Komodo tracking is a weird web. It actually used to be a secure antivirus, if I'm not mistaken. Nah, Brave is not better for porn. Trust me. Safari is kind of okay, yeah. Yeah, the REF is not needed. It should do that automatically with the DOP update. I have seen porn on Safari, yeah. I have been on a porn Safari once or twice. Or Commando AV, that's the one I'm thinking about, yeah. No, I do like Safari is actually super good. Like, if you're running, like, Safari is actually really good. It's actually super good, to be honest. It's probably like... But that's probably because it's optimized so much for macOS. But on macOS, you like, it's one of the best browsers. Like, on my macOS or my Mac machines, I run Safari mainly, and then Chrome as a secondary, and then I have Edge just in, you know, if I need to do weird things. Or I need a third browser. Oh, I've been an Apple fan my whole life. I just only recently could afford, you know, Apple products. No, that was back in the day, because Conga and old Safari and old Chrome. So Conga and old Chrome used to run on WebKit. That is what is... Well, it's basically what Safari runs on now, basically. But then they moved over to their own Chromium base. Or Chrome base. Their own base. And I don't think Conga is using that anymore either. But yeah, a lot of... Oh, this is awful. A lot of browsers used to run on WebKit. Oh, yeah. Safari does extensions, yeah. Oh, yeah. Safari for Windows. I actually like Safari for Windows. Do we have cops installed? Because that's also an Apple technology. Nope. Yeah, if they are using WebKit, that's WebKit is good old Apple. Oh, I need to set a default browser. They got forced into doing this by the EU government. WebKit. Apple, Adobe, Sony, KDE, and whoever that fucking is. So here's the fun thing. And the reason why it is like this is actually super sad. But when it comes to privacy, Apple is probably the best company. Because they don't want other people to have access to your personal data other than Apple. So they will do everything they can to make sure other people don't get access to your data. Because they want to be the only one dipping their pinkies in your asshole. That's why they are so, like, privacy focused. I've never got more, like, security privacy pops-ups on my phone after I switched over to an iPhone. Like, that thing is fucking warning me all the time. The same with macOS. macOS is warning me all the fucking time that this thing is going to do that thing is going to do this thing that goes against your privacy. Like, I've never seen a system that's been, that, like, it's to the degree that it starts to get irritating with, like, iOS and macOS. But why are they doing it? It's, like I said, it's because they want to be the only one fucking taking your testicles, you know. They want to be the only one fucking you over. But Apple, like, Apple products, if you want privacy, that's what you have to go with. That Apple is doing the best job right now. Even better than Linux when it comes to privacy. No, we are not real users. We are bad users. I don't like Apple because they are virtue signaling self-righteous fucking asshole company. I don't like how they are catering so much to the woke culture and stuff like that, and trying to make them out, make the company being more than, you know, better than everyone else and all that fucking shit. But other than that, they are the company that are doing the... Here's the thing. Apple wants to go back to your data being on your physical devices again, instead of in the cloud. So 10, 15, 20 years ago, everyone wanted everything to be in the cloud. And that is, of course, a super security risk, and it's super irritating for your data. You know, because you don't have physical access, or you don't store your physical data. Apple wants to go back to the old day where your data is stored on your device, and you are the only one to have access to that data, unless you are Apple. You know, you get what I'm coming at here. Apple is not a good company. They want to fuck you over all the time. But they want to go back to having... Like, look at how they're storing fingerprints and all that fucking shit. They want to go back to you store all your shit on your device again. Oh, SCO Linux. Oh, goddamn. Or Unix, yeah. I recently watched... Oh, now you're reminding me of Sun Microsystem. I recently been watching a lot of videos about Sun Microsystems. That company was fucking a wholesome company, man. I'm so sad that Oracle fucked that over. And yeah. They did a lot of fucking great... They gave us Java, for fuck's sake. Like, I really want one of the old Sun Spark... Yeah, Spark Workstation. Oh, they're so sexy, man. Oh, yeah. That was like... I remember my friend's sister's boyfriend worked for Sun Microsystem in Denmark. And he used to give me, like, Star Office and all that fucking shit when I was a kid. Solaris, yeah, oh. The 90s was just a fucking better time when it came to operating systems. So much shit going on, man. No, everyone is sucking China's dick, man. Yeah. All Linux desktop environments, or anything that has to do with Linux, has a design problem, UX design problem. Yeah. Yeah. I would see Breeze or Dark, the one I'm using right now, is like the closest to a nice looking default. I like using this one here. But they, like I said before, there's a lot of inconsistencies going on, but like Breeze Dark, in my opinion, is the closest to where they're doing it right. But it's also inconsistent like a motherfucker. And there's a lot of places where it just don't make sense and work. Yep, next step, yep. I just downloaded a shit ton of old next step videos and stuff like that. Yeah, I used to use that, to be honest, the OpenSUSE theme. I used to use that. But if it was if it was on my physical hardware, I probably would do that, yeah. I'm actually debating on putting OpenSUSE on my laptop. My development laptop. Yeah, I used OS2 WAP 3 and 4. I had that on a physical disk. One of those, I can't remember which one it was. Yeah. I love that system. It was so amazing, man. A better Windows than Windows, a better DOS than DOS. Now, I don't want to mess too much around with theming right now. Yeah, all the fuck, like you could still run Amiga OS in the 90s and somewhat have a good system, you know, like, what's it called? Workbench, I think it was called. And then you have Windows, you had Mac OS. Well, Mac OS was kind of like a fuck fest. You have OS 2, you have BOS, Sky OS came a little bit later on. QNX is still around. Unix was around. BSD. I honestly, I'm going to get my testicles fucking chopped up today, but I like BSD better than Linux. I wish BSD was Linux. I like that BSD is more of a OS than Linux, because Linux is just the kernel, you know, like. But not BOS, FreeBSD is both the kernel and user land. And I think Google is available for BSD, yeah. Yeah, I think it is. If not, you can run it via the Linux emulator in BSD, because BSD has a built-in Linux layer compatibility. Like BSD is just more of a coherent OS than Linux is. There's also less fragmentation, people are less divided, and it seems better designed. Like, honestly, FreeBSD or BSD in general just seems to be built better than Linux, all the way from the kernel and up. It just seems like a better quality product. And if you run FreeBSD today, you kind of get that late 90s, early 2000s Linux vibe back. You know, running FreeBSD today is like running Linux like in 2007, 8, 9-ish kind of thing. Well, no, BSD is not a license than an OS. That's actually, well, kind of Linux, I would say, to be honest. BSD is a Unity. It's also more Unix-like, of course, yeah. Yeah, I would say software engineering is a good job, a future job, yeah. Becoming a code monkey is not a good prospect for the future, because code monkeys are being replaced with AIs. But engineering software, AIs are so bad at that, because they don't have creativity. So anything that's like engineering or researching and stuff like that, you are golden. But if you just want, like, if you want a job where you just sit and code for other people, like code monkey jobs, you get AI to do that. Or at least you are monitoring or supervising AI. Like, for fuck's sake. They ask AI to build a cake and it recommended like fluorescent acid or something like that. Or battery acid or what the fuck. You know, like, I don't think AI will like, it lacks creativity. It can't think outside the box and it lacks creativity. The code for, again, code monkey level code is, AI is good at that because it takes it from the internet. Searching is like a, that's an area where AI is going to be the hardest to break into, because people don't trust machines with stuff like that. You know, People don't want AI to fuck around with their internals. So if you want to do anything that has to do with surgery or fixing up human beings, they like, another human to do it. I think we can get the sudo command for FreeBSD also. Well, they also use Windows, they also use Mac OS. Like, most companies that run Linux run other systems. Yeah, they can use AI as a tool to help them diagnose, yeah. Yeah, go eat rocks, man. Yeah, NASA and SpaceX use computers. Who have known that? Who would have thought about that? Oh, 4 months ago? Would I... Yeah, AI is not intelligent, no. Would I... Would I allow a robot operate on me? So are we talking unattended operations, or are we talking about a human manipulating it and AI or the robot assisting it? Because if you're talking about, I get under the knife and all the humans are just going outside of the room, that I would be a little bit skeptical of. But if it's like a human-operated BSD running robot, I will probably not have an issue with it. Or any real-time OS, basically. But let's say like you need your kidneys removed or replaced or whatever the fuck it is, and you just get like thrown on a slab, and then the doctor is just running out and just looking at the machine doing its thing and waiting with like the emergency brake, like the big red box that cuts everything off, and you just stand there and wait like, uh-oh, do I have to cut it? I think it depends on how well tested and truth it has been done. So if it's something with a long record of functioning and working, probably yes. Probably yes. Hey, Benjamin. Yeah, I'm an AI, yeah. There's no human intervention and whatsoever. If it has a long track record of being proven to work, I would, yeah. I would not be the first one going in and say, hey, let's test it out on me. But let me put it this way, I don't want to be the guinea pig testing out how good it is. But if it had worked for like 5 years or 10 years with no fucking problems whatsoever, or at least it has a higher statistical success rate than a human, I would believe it. Like if you look at like how many it has, how statistically the numbers are that you're going out healthy versus a human, I will trust it. I would trust it. I could see aircraft computers being great for Linux use, yeah. It's a super simple, in quotes, simple system that don't have, like, it's doing complicated things, but it don't have to do many complicated things like a desktop operating system. That's the thing that a lot of people tend to forget. Like, running something like this here, like a desktop OS here, just think about the combinations of hardware it has to run on. and the combination of different use cases and way people are using it. Like having like an industrial machine, an aircraft machine, a Mars rover, a rocket guiding system running Linux, compared to being a desktop, is super simple. For the like simple as a task, it's not doing like these many tasks, and it don't have that many unpredictable variables. That's us humans, because like if it's a guidance system for a rocket, it has to guide the fucking rocket. It don't have to serve you porn in the middle of the night. And on top of that, it don't also have to keep track of your banking statements, so you can see how much money you're spending on porn. And it also don't have to have you FaceTiming your girlfriend while you're jerking it off to midget porn. Like, it's just guiding the fucking system. And we tend to forget that a lot of the systems that we see in the industrial world is actually super simple. They're doing like few things, but they're doing them. Of course, they are complicated enough themselves, but they are doing few things. A desktop OS has to do unspeakable amount of things. Oh yeah, a lot of people used to make arcade machines running RetroArch and stuff like that. That's actually, so I would have become a software engineer if it was not for a stupidly fucking bad like student counselor I had. Because I had, you know, when you were in like in Denmark, when you were in like 8th, 9th grade, you talk to a student counselor about what do you want to do after school, you know, what kind of fields do you want to go into, what is your interest and all that fucking shit. And in 9th grade, I think it is, we go out for like 3 weeks in total where we work in different fields for a week to see if it's something we like. So let's say you want to be a surgeon. You get like a week in, I think it's 9th grade. You can get a week working as a, you know, in a hospital to see if that's something for you. Or if you want to be a software engineer, you can get a week at a week to 3 weeks at a software company being a software engineer. But when I told my student counselor that I want to get into IT and all of that fucking shit, you know what he said? Yeah, Ken, don't think about that. It's a fad. It's going over soon. You know, in about 2 to 3 years, nobody needs programmers or computer people anymore. You better be like a social worker or some blue collar, you know, like a janitor or accountant, businessman or mechanic and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, or a surgeon. Become a surgeon. But I wanted to go into computer engineering or software engineering, just something with computers, probably like more on the hardware side, I think. So a hard software engineer probably. But yeah, I got told that there was no future in it. There was no future in it. So I became a mechanic then. Yeah. A lot of companies, a lot of countries don't have that. I think it's a Scandinavian thing. It's a Scandinavian thing. But yeah, yeah. Had I not gotten that advice or bad advice, I would probably have been like a data engineer, software engineer, hardware engineer, something like that. Probably more hardware, I think. A hardware engineer. Because I love computer hardware. The thing is that computer hardware is one of the sad places that take over a lot with the automation and stuff like that. Okay, they also do that in Germany. That's good. That's good. Maybe it's an EU thing then. Why open source alternative is not enough? Oh, that's his new... Oh, yeah. Someone posted that in my Discord. Yeah, but it, like... So I have this love-hate relationship with coding. I like that you can build something from scratch. I hate the typing of it. But I love that you come up with an idea, you figure out how to do it, and then you do it and you see the results. I love that. But the whole like dealing with a programming language aspect, I hate that fucking shit. It's so fucking irritating. Like to deal with, how different programming languages do it in different ways, and then you get into the quirks of that programming language, and you have to do it these certain ways, and blah 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 blah. That I don't like. Then engineering, like hardware engineering and stuff, that is way more set in stone. I think there's a way to measure screen times on Linux, yeah. Yeah, but some people just, they don't have anything else in their life other than what OS they run. That's how sad their life is. That the most important thing in their life is an OS. Just like some, vegans. That's the only thing that makes them different or interesting, is that they are vegans. If you talked about them about anything else, they would not have anything else. And that's why they become like that. It absorbs them into becoming their one thing. Why you see a lot of people, when they start to get families, they move away from that mindset. Also veganism, if they get, families, they tend to move away from that bullshit. Or they get a job, or they get other interests. They may go to the gym, or they may do X, Y, and Z. They stop being obnoxious, terminally online eggheads, basically. I use the OS I like to use. I switch between Mac OS and Windows and Linux a lot. I was vegan for a month before I started Linux. Is that a gateway, Trox? Like, is veganism like a gateway into Linux now? There is a lot of Android terminals emulators out there. And they're probably not made by Google, but there are a lot of them out there. Here's the thing, a lot of computer nerds don't even give a fuck about the OS. Like, there's a lot of, infrastructure people and software and hardware engineers and developers that just don't give a fuck about the OS. They care about either the hardware and or the software that they're building. And then, they want to make the best tool they can for said target platform. Or for multiple platforms. Like, have you ever looked at like a FOSS or Linux or BSD conference? Look at how many MacBooks that are at these conferences. Like, it's mind-boggling to watch how many MacBooks that are floating around there. And when you think about how, the whole sentiment towards those companies are from a lot of those users. Yeah, I would not run a terminal on my smartwatch. Maybe just to run like the... if you want to run like the Matrix screensaver, from the terminal, that could be a fun thing to do on a smartwatch just for the fun of it. But yeah, no, I would definitely not do that. So I just got a Synology NAS this month. That's running Debian Linux. Synology OS, I think, is based on Debian Linux. And we also use Synology at work. They don't run around and yapping about them being a Linux company. The sad reality is that most people don't even want to learn Linux under the hood because it's too much of an effort. So what they do is they go watch someone that they like what they are saying and just copying what they are saying. And that person that they like what are saying have about the same knowledge and they have, or maybe a little bit more, because they themselves don't want to deep dive into Linux under the hood. So they're just saying shit about Linux, Windows, and Mac, or whatever it is, that fits what they like to say. Like, honestly, let's think about it. I've been using Linux for close to 30 years. Would that make sense to anyone that I like shitting on Linux? Of course not. It's not like well, sometimes I do, but that's mostly to piss off the community. But I don't wake up every morning and be like, yay, let me see if I can ruin Linux today. I will wake up and say, let's see if I can piss some fucking obnoxious Free Software Foundation people off. But I don't want to ruin Linux. I want it to be better. But to get it better, we need those crazy people on their play, get them on their place. Get them on, put them in their place. Yeah, exactly. Pilots, yeah, I think I know why that is. It's probably because of the tourism. That is one of the reasons, yeah. I shit on Linux people because it gives me views, but I would love that not being the case. Like, I would love that not to be the case. But I have to look at this a little bit like a job. Because my hobby is not making YouTube videos. Almost no Linux YouTube or no YouTuber's hobby is YouTube. Their hobby is what they are showing on YouTube. So that could be, knitting cars, Pokemon cards, technology, programming. That's what they like to do. And then a lot of people would be, they would put videos out because, hey, let me share my hobby with other people. Maybe it can help someone. Maybe I can earn a little bit to help me with my hobby. Maybe I can get to talk to other people around the world with my hobby. So they put effort and stuff like that into making videos. Of course, there are people like the creative process of making videos, but those are far and few between, or few and far between, however the saying is. Most people upload videos to YouTube because they want to connect with other people. They want to share their experience, and they, of course, want more people to see their content. The more that sees the content, the better. So they will do stuff that more and more people want to see, because why would you work on something 5 people see versus working on something 1,000 people see? Oh, DSP, he's a fucking... I could rage about DSP longer than I could rage about the Linux community. I should make like a DSP rage live stream. Exactly, computer nerd. Dark side Phil. If you don't know who DSP is, you are lucky. Do I believe in religion? Oh God. I don't. I don't believe in a religion. I like the idea of what religion brings to people. Like, I know people that have gotten through a lot of shit in their life, like really a lot of shit in their life, and they find some random religion that they like, and that just helped them. They become better people, or they become more, you know, well-adjusted people, or they become more, you know, relaxed people. You know, all their demons or their hardship in life stop having a grip on them. And for that aspect, what that, you know, that part of religion I love. But I also think you can get that outside of religion. But I don't believe in any religion. I'm kind of like in the camp that is like, could there be some higher power? Of course there could. But right now, there's no evidence that backs it up. Like hardcore physical or hardcore provable evidence. It's all like, you know, ideas and hearsays and theories. But sometimes theories, and a lot of times theories end up being right. So I'm like, I would believe in any religion where you can uncategorically prove to me that that is, you know, what the religion is about is actually existing. Then I will believe in it. Never seen a religion that do that. But I don't mind anyone believing in whatever they believe in. Like I said, I've seen a lot of people where religions help them a lot. A lot. Like I've seen people being addicts where religions have helped them. I've seen people just be lost in life. They needed, you know, a purpose and stuff like that. Religion helped them. I've seen people, you know, lost their job, wife, boyfriend, whatever. And they just needed a community, and religion helped them with that. But what those people didn't do was forcing religion onto other people. And I don't care what people believe in. Just like the same stance I have with the whole Linux Windows thing, you know. I don't care what you are doing as long as you're not forcing your thing onto other people and you are not doing anything illegal or hurting anyone. Do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to pray to the one-armed dildo god, do that. You know. Do that. And I will support you in doing that. Like, if you want, like, if you're like, hey, I'm in a really bad spot, can I talk about my religion? I just need some, yeah, I will listen to you. Yeah, of course you can do that. But don't expect me to convert over to whatever the fuck it is you're talking about. And if you want someone that's critical about religion, for example, and have a debate about that, I will gladly do that. But I'm, on the other hand, not going to tell you that you are stupid for believing in it and it's all fake and all that fucking shit. I will that's something, that's my thing. You know, that's, I think it's fake, but that don't mean it is fake, you know. Yeah, I've seen a lot of good things coming out from a lot of religions. I've seen a lot of bad things coming out from a lot of religions. Try and Google DSP quiz and you will have like a fucking rabbit hole deeper than Mount Everest to go down. A fun one though. An interesting one. You know. Again, I've seen good people that believe in Islam and I've seen bad people believing in Islam. I've worked with a lot of people, like I live in Denmark and we have a lot of Muslims and we have people from all over the world believe in all kind of fucking religions. And I've seen, funny enough, some of the most welcoming people I've met in my local area has been Muslims. But also, there have also been some of the most fucking batshit crazy people, you know, doing unspeakable things to people. But I know that that's just a minority. Again, as long as you're not forcing your opinion, and you're not doing anything illegal or hurting anyone, I don't care. Yeah, he does have hair, but it's thinning out. It's thinning out. It's dark side Phil. Dark side Phil. Or on YouTube, I think it's called DSP Gaming or something like that. But let's be honest, Christianity, you know, we killed a lot of fucking people back in the day. We don't do it now, but we did back in the day. So, we have done a lot of fucking atrocious shit for Christianity. A lot of fucking shit. You know. Yeah, of course they are extremists. Yeah, I get, like I said, I have friends that are... I don't know. I think I've been friends with almost any religious belief you can come... Like, not extremists, but, you know, normal, everyday extremist belief you can think of. Like, that's one of the good things about living in Denmark, is that you get exposed to a lot of different ideas and belief systems. From a lot of different people. And 99% of the time, it's not the religion that defines the people. It's their soul, you know, their brain, as I like to call it. Some people just have a fucked up brain. And they use whatever excuse they can use to do bad shit. Either to get power or insert dominance and stuff like that. I hope that kind of makes a little bit sense what I'm saying here. And again, I do feel anyone, or not anyone, but a lot of people get a bad rap, you know. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You know, and one of my fun things I like to do with people is that they go, oh, you should believe in this god or this deity or this thing. I'm like, what about Thor and Odin, you know? What about the old pagan gods? What about Zeus and where did they go? Where did they go? Who put them into a retirement home and locked them up and threw away the key? You know, where did they go? That's why I have a little bit hard time of believing in a lot of that stuff. It's because what happened to them? You know, and they of course will have their scripture explanation to what happened and stuff like that. But I'm like, hey, do whatever the fuck makes you happy. Just don't force your thing onto me. I have had dinners with vegans. And if they started to just hint at judging me for eating a steak, I would be like, don't go there. I don't force my fucking steak down your throat. Don't force your salad down my throat. If you want a salad, I eat salad. Yesterday, I didn't get meat a whole day. Sometimes it goes 2, 3, 4 days without I'm eating meat. But I love meat. You know, like, and it's not something I think about doing. It's just like, oh, today I want bread. Or today I want this. Or today I just want a salad. Just a fucking salad. I feel like I'm a little bit, you know, I ate too much meat the other day or too much food the other day. So today it's just like a few salads and I'm a happy camper, you know. But I'm not like, I'm converting to veganism. It's just like, you know, like, hey. You know. Describe my personality in one sentence. I don't know. I can't do that. Because you have not answered any questions from me. I've only asked questions to you. So I can't tell you anything about you. This has been a super one-way conversation. Yeah, it's not falling out, it's just a bad hair day. Yeah. So I can't... I need to see you either engage without asking questions with other people or myself. Do I care about software upload? So this is kind of like with religion again, now that if we're thinking about it. What is upload for you is a feature for someone else. That's why it's there for the most part. So for me, religion is not that important, but for someone else it is. Like I said, it helps them become a better human. I don't need that. I'm lucky enough that I don't need that. But some people, that's all they got. Like if I was locked up in jail, or I was really strung out on something, addicted to something, I could see myself asking a fucking god or someone for help if I thought I was about to die. Because, hey, what the fuck could it do? Either it's going to help or it's not going to help. But if you are like at your last fucking rope, you have no more options. A lot of people turn to religion in that case. And I understand it, because everything else you tried didn't work. Let's try this fucking thing. Maybe it's working. And for some people it works. And that's a little bit like Plot, like our Teams Plot in Windows. For you and me, probably, but we use Teams all the time at work. So for us, that's a feature that is pre-installed. Spotify, is that a feature? If you're a Spotify user like I am, it is. If you're not, then it's Plot. So it's super difficult. So if you look at this install, there are things I'm going to uninstall from it. Most Linux distributions, I spend more time uninstalling software than the installer takes to install the OS. Because a lot of distributions comes with software I don't want to use. So to me, a lot of Linux distributions, I just became a teenager, by the way, but to me, a lot of Linux distributions upload. But a lot of people use Firefox, a lot of people use Thunderbird, and blah, 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 blah. Exactly, ham radio. Well, a lot of people can understand religion better than if I was talking about cars or fruit or something. Because religion is something everyone, I don't think you can reach a person that has not had any experience with any religion at some point. Like in Denmark, we have like Christianity in school. We have like is it like 2 or 3 years where we learn about any religion and Christianity and stuff like that, and we get confirmations when we're like 14 or 15. So we go to church for a whole year, every Sunday, mandatory, and we have like, is it a day, 1 week a day, or a few hours a week where we have to go to the church and learn about, what confirmation means and stuff like that. But that's only if you're like under the Danish, whatever the fuck we are, So we do learn a lot about other religions, and no matter where you live in the world, you have dealt with religion at some point in your life. You have dealt with religion, either someone in your family member or you yourself or friends. You have dealt with that whole, like, am I a religious person or not? So therefore, it's a super easy thing to associate with another thing, because there's a lot of parallels. It's a belief system. It's a belief structure, when you think about it. And everything in life is a belief and a thought pattern. A belief structure or thought pattern. A lot of the things you do in life is because you come to that conclusion by thinking in a certain way that is formed by your experience, where you live, and stuff like that. But it all goes through your brain, and it's all being processed, and then you go through a lot of thoughts, and you come to a conclusion. So the more you can associate a lot of those thought patterns with something knowable, it becomes easier to understand. I love that one. Are you married, or do you prefer peace of mind instead? I love that one. That one is fucking good. That one is fucking good. I'm not married. If I found a girlfriend that wants to, let's say she wants to, like, she's like, I really want us to get married, I will do that for her. If it's a person that I love and I want to spend the rest of my life with, I will do that for her. I will do that for her. But yeah, I also like my me time. I also like that I can do what I'm doing right now. I can sit here and talk to you guys for, God know how many hours have we talked now? A long time. I like that I can do this. But again, if you find the right spouse, you know, they will allow you to do that. But I also, some days, I'm like, yeah, I do miss having, you know, a girlfriend or a wife that I could, like, you know, when something fun happens or you see something you want to share with someone, it's like, it could be nice to have someone to share that with, you know, that experience, that stupid fucking things that happen. And sometimes it's not enough to do that with a friend. You know, you want some, you know, more intimate to share that with. And sometimes, you know, you just wake up like, oh, you know, like, could be nice to wake up beside someone and, you know, cuddle a little bit, get some warmth before you go out on the freezing cold floor and stuff like that. You know. Yeah, Miss Fist, yeah. 3 hours, yeah. Yeah, but a pet don't do the same, man. A pet don't do the same. It's not the same as with a pet. Yeah, the 5-fingered window, yeah. Because when you are like romantically with someone, like there's like that kind of love involved, it's another relationship that you only get when that thing is involved. You know, of course you can get a long way with a pet. I get it. A pet can help out a lot. But yeah, sometimes I do sit and be like, dang it, you know. Why am I a fat, you know, idiot sitting alone? Well, of course you can't do that either, no. And pets can't speak. But I do love animals. I love animals more than humans, to be honest, for the most part. I will agree with you that people are not meant to be alone. I, however, have like an advantage. I don't mind being alone, and I rarely miss other people. But that's because I'm fucked up in the head. You know, I'm not normal in the head. My brain is not built the same way as a lot of other brains. Because, you know, autism does that to you. So there is some things that, had I not been autistic, I would probably be lonely. And I would probably also be miserable. Let's be honest. I would probably be a lonely, miserable guy. But because of the autism, I rarely do get lonely or miserable because of the lack of communication with other people. Because for me, that's not needed so much. That's not needed so much. Exactly, you know, like, if like I said, that's why I'm streaming today. I was like, you know what, I don't have to work tomorrow. I could just sit and watch Netflix or code or whatever, but I want to be social, like a little bit social. So when I get into those fields where I want to be, you know, a little bit social, I live stream. That's kind of a little bit, it's not the same, of course, like going out with the boys and all that shit. But it helps, you know, if you have a day where you're like, man, I could use some company. Nobody is free. Live stream. I'm not joking. For all the fucking batshit crazy idiots that comes on sometimes, there are still more good people, and we can just laugh at them. But it does fucking help. When I was like massively depressed many years ago, I live streamed all the time. And it was just to get someone to talk to. You know, like, I was in a bad place in my life. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was super depressed. Let's have some fun in the game. Let's joke about some fucking bullshit. And that helped. You know. I don't think this is deep. They can be way deeper than this, man. It is heavy, though, yeah. Get a parrot to speak to, yeah. Yep. If God made anything better than a woman, he will keep it for himself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. It is like I said, like, that's part of my autism also. Like, I can't do much social interaction like with a lot of people because it becomes too much to me. So this is so much easier. This is way easier for me to do than going into, like, let's say, a cafe and eating with some people, and there'd be like 100 people around me and waiters and running around and cooks all, and that just stresses the living shit out of me. I need to be drunk to be in that situation. Drunk or high or something like that, you know. Drunk me up, then I can deal with it. But just like this here is super more easier for me because it's enough social interacting that it's social, but I'm not getting bombarded with like all of these fucking weird ass things going on where, you know, what is that person doing? Where's the exit? What if there's a fire? What do we do? And all those fucking things that goes through your head, you know. Yeah, do OnlyFans. If you're a guy and you're not like in good shape, do feet porn. Feet or hand porn. You know? Because most people don't want to see like an overweight idiot being naked. But a lot of overweight people can have great feet. And there's some weird ass people out there that love a good feet. So make some some feet pic. You know. Exactly, computer nerd, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've seen some. This is people from a big YouTube channel, by the way, where one of their assistants or something like that wanted a little bit extra money, and he started to show his feet off on OnlyFans. And yeah, that happened. I need my nightly medicine. To make people pay me to keep my clothes on. Yeah. 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 You have big feet and you're skinny. Well, then you're a fucking win, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the criteria is for feet, if they have to be big, small, or... I fucking don't know, dude. Hey, thank you, man. Oh, yeah, maybe God made macOS from an Apple also. So you could say that if you're running macOS, you're running God's operating system. It's not Temple OS, it's actually macOS. Yeah, Lehman Becky needs to fucking get married, man. Lehman needs to go to Belgium or where the fuck it is Becky lives and throw her fiancé off the table and then just, you know... Not much up with the FreeBSD. We just talked about it a little bit and I haven't moved on from the website. I'm back to you, Eebs. Yeah, it's well, kinda have to investigate. Yeah. Mescu OS, a Quants OS, yeah. You already have it fucking paved out now, Lamer. God punish Adam and Eve for using Apple products. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, now you're saying it. Yeah, you're actually right. She managed my OnlyFans. Well, she are basically like setting this whole wedding thing up. It's rare to hear people get married nowadays, when you think about it. We should make like a OnlyFans called Linux porn or something like that. And it could be like just pictures of penguin suits. Yeah, it do depends where you live. I will give you that, yeah. There are some countries where marriage still is like a big thing, yeah. I can definitely believe that. I love this little mascot here. So as much as we bitch and moan about Linux people don't want to pay for software, I do think they want to pay for porn though. Like, like those pesky fucking input basement crawlers, they will take their monies out for, you know, a sexy girl saying hey to them. I can definitely see that going on. Like they like just the fact that someone looks their way makes them come like for 10 hours in one go, man. You know. No. You make porn for the guy Linux users. You know. Yeah, definitely. I love the demon way more than the fat penguin. Oh, we are definitely having a rave party right now. Yeah, never donate to Linux, but OnlyFans is the way to go. I would not be surprised if one of those, like, I would not be surprised if Richard Stallman was supporting OnlyFans girls. Yeah, only Linux fans. Yeah, that's actually a good one. We should make a whole site just called that. Buy the Oh, it has to. Yeah, of course, it has to be only GNU Linux fans. We have to have the GNU in there. The girls are free and open source, so that means that they're spreading their legs for everyone. That's not nice. There's a meme that... What is it, like... I like my girls like for software, free and always open or something like that. GNU fans, that's also a good one, yeah. I've never been to like a physical convention, but I've seen a lot of videos from conventions. A woman, the collective ownership assets in communist society. I don't know about communist societies. That I can't, because I don't live in a communist society, and I don't think anyone owns women, if that's what you are asking about. They are equal partners, I think will be the right word. That's how you license this, yeah. Who uses FreeBSD? I do know a few Linux girls. I do. I do know a few people that are females and do the whole Linux thing. And there are even people working in IT with Linux that are females. Wait. I just fucking realized something. I've seen Arch Linux users trying to install FreeBSD using the manual and fail. Like one of them is like, let's call him DT. That could not figure out how to install FreeBSD, but was like the god of Arch Linux. I don't know if he still is that, but think of himself as the god of Arch Linux. And I've seen more than one Linux users do videos like that, where they just miserably fail of installing FreeBSD. So is FreeBSD the new Arch Linux? Oh yeah, plenty of sexy girls use Linux, yep. Yeah, their deals are powered, yeah. Yeah. Quite a common disease, yeah. But am I not wrong? Like, have you not seen Arch Linux fanboys trying to install FreeBSD and just can't figure that shit out? Or Gentoo also, yeah. FreeBSD do have bad hardware support, yeah. But if you're like a tech guard, you can like work around that shit. Look, just read the fucking manual. What's wrong with you? Oh god. Well, they will just take the Linux kernel and modify, take some hardware out of it and recompiling it and say they made their own kernel. They're not going to do any actual coding. Looking for key map files. I think it is. BSD is the new read the fucking manual. Yeah. Wi-Fi. That's it's not an uncommon issue, sadly enough. Yeah, I used Dragonfly back in the day with the Hammer file system, or Hammer file system. Sorry. PS4, well, PS5 is also FreeBSD based. Any PlayStation, as far as I know, all PlayStations run BSD. Well, Sony's versions of BSD, that is. Yeah, they definitely don't have good laptop support. I think that is a mess, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of OSs I haven't used. I haven't used like HP Unix, IBM Unix, SCO Unix, most operating systems from the 80s and down I haven't used. And there are probably also OSs right now that we don't even know of I haven't used. Yeah, exactly, yeah. The Xeno, or X is not Unix kernel, is running FreeBSD, yeah. I think, like, if you look at the documentations, all PlayStations run BSD, or FreeBSD, all of them. Sony's used the same OS since the beginning, as far as I have understood it. I think it's called like Sony OS or some fucking shit like that. Oh yeah, I really want to like at some point I wanted to, like when I was a kid, I wanted to get my hands about IBM Unix. Yeah, there are ways to install Linux on a lot of PlayStations, yeah. Spider-Man 2 or FreeBSD, yeah. Oh, AOD or Zero AD, yeah, I remember that game. That was a fun game. Or is a fun game, it's still around. Yeah. I should get more into gaming. I miss my gaming. Maybe I should do some gaming live streams on one of my channels. One of the channels. Oh, I thought it says destroy you, but I am thinking about getting into retro gaming. I'm really thinking about that. I'm just quickly looking at some Instagram shit. What else is going on the social media? Weird people. If I find a girl, she will become the face of the channel. So I can draw in all those horny fucking lonely Linux users. You know? Put her on all the thumbnails and in my videos and all that fucking shit. Oh yeah, he did say that about Linux at one point. That's right, yeah. I forgot about that. No Blue Sky or Mastodon. No, I'm bad. I have 2 X accounts, but I never use X. I should actually start using it. That's true, Techno City. Yeah. No, that whole VTuber anime kind of shit is creepy as fuck. Like, it's super creepy. It gives me like a pedo vibe. I don't like that. It's super creepy, man. Like, really creepy. That other people do that. It do get views. But there are just some things I won't do for views, man. Like, at some point I have to, you know. Oh, yeah, yes, man. I can definitely believe that one. Yeah, I'm never going to do porn at all. Ever, never, ever, never, 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 never. And that whole VTuber anime kind of... yeah, no. The people that are into that, most of them are just fucking weird, man. Anton, the fun thing is most VTubers are actually guys with a voice filter on. That's the sad reality of it. Like, so there's been so many VTubers where their voice filter breaks or something like that, and you hear like their guy voice, and yeah. There are VTubers that have gotten death threats and cancelled because they had a boyfriend or girlfriend or just some fucking romantic relationship. That whole community is weird, man. It's a strange fucking... Man, it's yeah, like just the fact that you have to hide behind an avatar like that should tell you a lot of fucking things, okay? Should tell you a lot of things. Like, I just don't put an avatar, just put your voice up there. You know, you don't need to have like a big breasted fucking child running around on your screen. Yeah, that's I will not call it catfishing because most people understand the dynamic of it, but I do think a lot of anime lovers are really sus. I think there's some underlying desires that normally would not be acceptable if they, aired those out. But then they can kind of do it in anime form because it's socially acceptable. But in the end, what they really want is, stuff that should get their fucking penises chopped off. These are all the people making using FreeBSD, by the way. Microsoft using FreeBSD. Woo-hoo. You want to know a fun thing? This is about the same amount of money LibreOffice costs to run a year. What if the future Mrs. Kent is a sex robot? Yeah, but a lot of people that are into normal anime also do a little bit of the, that thing on the side. I do like to watch, like, anime, like, proper anime. I don't mind that at all. It's when it gets over to a little more creepy side of it. I prefer floppy disk that makes music. I don't know how Mrs. Kent will be like. I have no fucking idea, man. But at some point, you've been alone for so long of your life that that aspect may just disappear. It just become like you just become too much of a loner that you can't fucking live with other people. Oh, Nixie Pixel, yeah. So here's the funny thing. She's one of the few girls in tech I never had a crush on. Like, I liked her content, but I never liked her as a person. And I don't think she's that, hot or anything like that. And also, as far as I know, she's like lesbian or something like that. I don't know. But like, I used to watch all her fucking shit because it was good content. But I never really had a crush on her. She was just not my type. At all. Oh, that's another one. There's a lot of people in my Discord recommending a girl YouTuber. And what they don't know is that she is a lesbian man-hating feminist. But they're all drooling over her right now. But if you read her blog post, she is really not liking men. Really not liking men. But she does make good videos. Okay videos, let me put it that way. Well, that's a fucking... Like, I honestly, Jasmine, I kind of wish I could get that. I think we all do. Honestly. Because I do believe that being with another person do enrich your life. Of course it does. Oh, yeah, Baby Vogue. Yeah. I actually think... No, but she is a lesbian feminist nutcase. Like, she is that. She got a kid with a guy and then found a girlfriend, a wife, or what the fuck they are now. And her blog post is a little bit weird. Maybe hate is a strong word. Maybe dislike is more, Yeah, No, but she's definitely not what people think she is. She works in IT also, by the way. But yeah, I read some of her blog posts, and a lot of blaming men is going on. A lot of blaming men. And I just find it funny how people are thirsty for her. They're like, yeah. Yeah. No, it's not Baby Vogue not in my Discord. That's not the girl that they are creeping up about. Tech Syndicate is a moron. He's a fucking idiot. Wendell used to work with him. And he used to be really good friends with like Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 Cents, blah 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 blah, and all that fucking shit. Yeah, he does make okay. Do make okay music, but he is a scammer, a cheater, and a borderline narcissist. I think his girlfriend left him. Yeah, he's a fuck. Like, everyone left him. Tech Syndicate at one point was like a people operation, and he fucked that up royally with his fucking crazy brain, like the way he is. Tech Syndicate was really big back in the days. Like, he rubbed shoulders with a lot of powerful people. Yeah. Go take care of yourself, Eeps. Enjoy the day. Sony Computer Entertainment 3 and 4 and PlayStation Vista consumer applications are the ones that are named as being FreeBSD. Where do I lie in the political spectrum? Not at all anywhere. Same here, yes, man. Yeah, that's the man-hating lesbian feminist I was talking about. She is the one I was talking about. Go dig up her old blog posts. I don't think so. Oh no, don't. Hey, we all say weird shit here, yes, man. Don't worry about that. But yeah, that girl, she is like. I used to watch some of her content, and I got a weird vibe from her. Like, I don't know, I can't explain. I just got a weird vibe. And I started to figure out, because when I watch someone, I kind of like to know what their qualifications are and stuff like that. So I started to research her a little bit, because she was saying she was working in IT and stuff. And, oh, what is she working in? And I found a lot of her old Tumblr posts, I think it was, and stuff like that. And they are not that old, and they are not that guy friendly. And like I said, she lives with her, I think, wife now, and they have a kid. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but I just see a lot of Linux nerds like really, drooling over her. And put it that way. crap in. Well, I am toning down the whole, like, angering the Linux users a little bit. Like, the last one I did was like my, fucking don't mess with me kind of video. I can keep going forever if you want me to. The first one was just like, I just had to say it. I just had to get it out. It's not something I normally would be doing a lot of. But I'm not going to stop totally doing it. There's I have like 50 videos recorded I need to edit and upload. Because I don't hate Linux, I hate the free software foundation and the free software movement. I don't hate Linux. I never say I hate Linux. Yeah, good night, man. Sleep well. Oh, go sleep. Oh man, I wish I was there right now to get some warm on my skin. She was kind of your cross, like mommy stuff. Yeah, I bet so. I bet so. I bet so. I don't know why people think I hate Linux. I almost rarely say, like, I don't think I've ever said that I hated Linux in a way like I hate Linux like it should not exist. I hate Linux because I'm frustrated about it. Like that kind of thing, yeah. Or I would not recommend Linux to some people if it didn't make sense for them. No, I don't use Windows. Windows is probably the OS I use the least. I use Mac OS and Linux and Windows. Like this is the craziness that I don't get about Linux. These kind of Linux users is that when you say something critical about Linux or its user base, it has to equal that you hate Linux, because you cannot like Linux and not love Richard Stallman. You cannot like Linux and not love the Free Software Foundation. You cannot like Linux and not love open source and all open source software. And you cannot like Linux and not hate Windows and Apple or Mac OS. Which is ludicrous to think that way. Like, it's so unintelligent and narrow-minded way of thinking. It really is. It's limited thinking at best. I don't hate Linux. I talk Linux all the time on my fucking Discord. We help people with Linux on my Discord. We also tell some people that Linux is not for them, if it's not for them. If they have needs that Linux can't fulfill. We are actually thinking about running Linux at work for a workload, or at least dabbling with. Like, yes, I hate the Free Software Foundation. I hate free software movement. Yes. I think that they are actively a cancer for Linux. Yes. I do think that they are doing a lot of bad shit for Linux. But I like Linux. I love Linux. Yeah, Linux sex tips, yeah. And yes, when I get frustrated with Linux, I will say I hate it. Just when I get frustrated with Windows, I will say I hate Windows. If you frustrate me, I will say I fucking hate you. If I get frustrated, that don't mean that I hate you. It just means that I'm fucking frustrated. You know, like, god damn it. I don't know what happened to the internet, but damn, people are like, I don't think I could interview Linux Richard Stallman. No. Well, she's more than welcome to watch my content, yes, man. Oh, the MacBook is amazing. I love it. All desktop OSs are frustrated iPad users. Yeah, I love my MacBook Air. or MacBook in general. Like, look at it this way: you have to compare the same amount of performance and battery life and hardware configuration, so RAM, screen size, screen quality, for a Windows computer. It costs about the same as an equivalent MacBook. If you want all of those things, so the same power, the same battery life, the same screen quality, resolution, and stuff like that. Weight, if that's what you care about, and build quality. You pay about the same for a Windows laptop. Can you get like a 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old crappy Windows laptop that is massively more cheaper? Yeah. But then we're not comparing the same kind of things here. It would be like comparing a beat up Ford F50 from like 10 years ago versus the new version. Oh yeah, his 4 basic freedoms. Yeah. I can't remember those right now, but yeah. It is expensive to get into. Macs, the Apple ecosystem is expensive. You can do it on the cheap though, if you are willing to use older hardware. But it's definitely not cheap. No, I will 100,000% agree with that. But you can get into it. Like, you don't need the latest iPhone to do basic phoning, and you don't need the latest tablet to do basic tablets. You don't need, like my MacBook Air is from 2020, and it's fucking amazing. And it's half the price of what you will pay like a new MacBook M2 for, MacBook Air M2 for. I got it for half the price, basically. It is an educational system, one with only 100 and something gigabytes of storage. But you can't get it that low. The new Ubuntu release is quite good. Hi, they're still active. Yeah, the big privacy wars. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone pirated back then. The 90s and early 2000s, everyone pirated. Everyone. I did not know anyone that didn't have anything pirated in their life. I never met a person like that. Yeah, like a lot of fucking, yeah. Unity is no, I will not go with Unity. Yeah, I don't advocate for pirating unless you can't get what you need because of it's not providing legally where you live. Then I'm for pirating. But if you can pay your way out of it, you should. Because you are taking money away from someone that needs that money. But if you for some reason can't get what you want or need where you live, then you only have one method, and that's pirating. And that was why a lot of people pirated back in the days, because we couldn't get, we didn't have access to a lot of videos and movies that other places had access to. So that's why we had to pirate. But then, like, online streaming became a reality. Then we didn't have to pirate anymore. Cracked software. Yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck is this music? Yeah, there are way too many streaming services nowadays. And that just makes people want to pirate it even more. Yeah, I don't believe that, Pride. Yeah, but you can still buy a lot of shit. So like with Apple TV and Blockbuster and all that shit, you can still get access to a lot of it. And you can still buy. Is it expensive? Yes, it is expensive. But you can still buy your way out of it. It's like, if you can in any way, shape, or form, other than pirating, get access to what you want or need, then I think it's okay. But if you can't afford it, it's not okay to pirate. Because that would be like, hey, I can't afford a 10,000 inch TV, so I should be legally allowed to steal it, basically. That's what that is saying. Oh, I can't afford that Lambo, so therefore it's okay for me to steal it. That I don't believe in. That I don't believe in. Yeah, exactly. Spotify stopped streaming, yeah. That's a good firewall. I don't have a problem with that. Also, don't share, pirate sites on YouTube. You are in really good danger of getting perma-banned on all your account, by the way. Just so you know. Because I've seen people just sharing links to fucking, those sites. Or Apple TV, so it's kind of like Netflix, just in an app. And then you can buy or rent movies on there also. It's still copying, is still stealing. Because instead of copying that car, I should buy that car. Because copying the car you see on the street is the same as the factory is not producing a car. Workers are not making a new car. Just because you copy something don't mean you're doing a impactless crime. No, you are. There is definitely an impact. You're taking money away from said company. That is not a crimeless crime. When you are pirating something or copying a copy of some movie or whatever it is, that is a sale they don't get. Or it's a rent fee they don't get. So you are cheating money away from someone. And that is stealing. You just don't directly steal the money. You're doing a action that result in loss of money. And by law, that is categorized as stealing. They don't need the money. That's not what I'm saying here. But just because they don't need the money, don't mean that they're not in their rights for the money. You probably don't need a lot of the food you have in your life. So should Red Cross come in and steal the food you don't need or the clothes you don't need and sell that away? There's a lot of shit we have we don't need. Should that just be taken? Like, I have phones. I have all my smartphones besides one. And they are perfectly working. Should someone just be allowed to steal my last, phone I had because they need it more than me? Yeah, no, that's not how it works, man. That's not how that's not how, I love all the excuses. Oh, it's a victimless crime. We're not really stealing. We're copying, and it's all copium. Like, it's huffing copium up the ass, the nose, in the ears. It's you are doing something that has a negative effect. You are trying to get something that you otherwise should have paid for. So that means you're doing something wrong. Just because you're doing it digitally don't mean that it's right. Like I said, you are taking, money away from... Well, if everyone stopped... Let me put it this way. There are victims by let me put it this way. If I got monetized from all the views on my channel, I could probably earn 2 or 3 times the amount of money I'm doing right now. And that, for a lot of people, that means that they could live off YouTube, or they could put more money into YouTube to give you more and better quality videos. Heck, for me, that could probably mean I could hire an artist, maybe an editor, because YouTube would pay for it. That's just a simple thing. That ad blockers are actually hurting the viewers, when you think about it. Do YouTube take too much of a percentage? Yes. Are there content creators misusing and putting too many ads in their videos or do too many in-ad videos? Yeah, of course there is. Of course there is. But when you're hurting one of those, you're also hurting 10, 20 other genuinely fucking hard-working content creators. And that's the sad thing about it, is that I get why everyone gets why people are using ad blockers for YouTube. We all get why people are doing it. And we all have done it at some point in our life. But we have, we are taking money away from content creators that could use that money. I think a lot of people would, I think more than you think would pay for YouTube, and I think the people that didn't want to pay for YouTube are the people you don't want on YouTube either. If that makes sense. So yes, a lot of people move away, but I think you would get a better community out of it. Because then people are only going to be on YouTube that wants to be on YouTube. And they want to keep the people that do YouTube on YouTube, Yeah, for a company it is better if they're pirating than not using it at all. That's true. Yeah, the whole prevention of gaming and stuff like that. I'm also for. So if you had a game that you then can't get again, or if they're putting a game not accessible, I think that's bullshit. Prevention of games is the thing I'm really passionate about. Yeah, that's why I'm on premium also, Anton. A tax is a form of theft. So that depends on how taxes are being done. So yes, taxes are a theft. If, let's say, you pay taxes and you think it's going to one thing, and you're just lining the pockets of rich people, or they're being used to other things, or etc., etc., etc. But if you, let's say, are paying road taxes, and they are being 90% of it are being put into the roads, you're paying hospital taxes or taxes for healthcare, and 80% is being put into healthcare, then it's not theft. Because most of the money, perfectly all of the money, but that will never happen, but a vast majority of the money is being used for what you're paying them for. And when a society sees that what they pay in taxes are being used for what they are meant to be used for, people will gladly pay taxes. The problem is when people are paying taxes and they are not being used for the things that they are meant to be used for. I don't think anyone would have a problem giving away a few percentage a month for something like universal healthcare, universal education and stuff like that. What they do have a problem with is that they don't trust the people that are managing those taxes to do it right. They are thinking that, yeah, we're giving you all this money and you're going to get your dick sucked off in Vegas or something like that. That is what I think people are that's the problem people have. They don't trust the system that are handling that kind of money. And in a lot of places on Earth, I get that. You know, I totally fucking understand that. If I lived in another country than I live in right now, I would not be happy about the taxes. Because I've seen how other countries' political systems are using tax monies for things that definitely did not be. It's not the meaning of those tax monies. You know, yeah. So I get it. It's a really, like, depending on where you live situation. It really depends highly on where you live and how the whole, you know, how the whole governmental structure is built up and stuff like that. And there are a lot of places on Earth where taxes are not being used wisely. Even in Denmark, they're not being used wisely, but they're being used somewhat more wisely than in a lot of other places. So yes, we do bitch and moan about paying taxes here, or in Scandinavia in general, but we happily do it. Because we do see a cause and effect most of the time. Sometimes there is a balance incorrect, you know, more money is being put into one sector than the other, and we feel like it's a little bit like, now we don't have that many nurses or teachers and stuff like that, and we make a big fucking fuss about it and blah blah blah, and then in a few years that will kind of reset itself so we get enough teachers, etc., or nurse, whatever the fuck it is. I'm not saying it's perfect, you know, but we kind of see in Scandinavia that when we are paying taxes, that they're actually being used for what we are paying them for. And honestly, if people see that cause and effect, they are willing to do it. Because they can see that someone they know are benefiting from it, or they themselves are benefiting from it. It's when you're paying taxes for something that you don't see yourself benefiting from, or no one else benefiting from, other than some fucking politician somewhere, you know, getting plow and coke from some fucking hooker somewhere. And sadly, there's a lot of that in the world. Like corruption, basically. But, yeah. I don't think it's theft if it's done right. But most places don't do it right. It's the same way I look at Steam. Like, the way Valve does this shit. The amount of money they take from developers. The way that they handle developers. I don't like that. On YouTube, I don't like YouTube takes almost 50% of our income or something like that. And what we are getting out from that. Like, the service we are getting for the amount of money they are taking from our income don't correlate. Don't correlate at all. At all. Had YouTube taking what they are taking, and I can see, hey, it's actually making YouTube a better place. They're actually giving us a lot of new features. I can directly see that creators like me, where they take a lot of money from, not me, but, you know, creators that take a lot of money, they take money from, we can see it's actually helping. You know, that's something different. And that's an American issue. And like he said it perfectly. I am using the same tax loopholes that everyone else is using. The Democrats are using it, the conservatives are using them. Anyone are using the same tax loopholes. He's just the only one getting flagged for it. I think YouTube are in an antitrust lawsuit. YouTube takes more than 30%, my friend. They take way more than 30%. For what Steam is taking, what Valve is taking, versus what they're providing, is out of whack. That don't correlate. That's why there is a lot of people angry about them. Oh yeah, Valve is not a good company. I don't know why people have so much blood. It's actually brilliant, like when you think about it. Like, it's so brilliant the way Valve has made everyone trust them. Just because Valve has not been a super bad company, don't mean that they are a good company. It just means that they have not had the need to do the things that they have the power to do. So up till like the beginning of this month, if you had a Steam account, you could not sue Valve for one reason at all. You had to settle with them out of court, or they will lock down your Steam account and take away all your games. They got forced by law to change that. That's because most Linux users have no idea what Valve is about and how Valve operates at all. Now, listen to this, because I have a video coming out about this. Like, I don't know when it's coming out, but I made a video about it when I saw it. If you want to sue Valve now, you have to do it in a Washington court. In the state of Washington. And in the court near them. How many fucking other people do you think are going to do that? Valve is way worse than any other game publisher. Other game publishers have sued Valve because of their business practices and won. Like, Valve is not a good company. Valve is just not a in-your-face bad company. What Valve is doing is being sneaky. They're doing enough of good things to shut up most people, so they can do all the bad things to keep their monopoly. Why the fuck do you think that they are using Arch Linux and Wine/Proton for their technologies? Why the fuck do you think they're doing that? It's cheaper for them than do it all on their own. And the Linux community are so batshit crazy to just help them out blindly without any fucking notions whatsoever. Or thoughts, because they think Valve is their friend. They're basically hiring free developers and free testers for them to focus on, like, you do know that Steam is not officially supported on, or not even on Ubuntu anymore. It's not officially supported on anything other than the Steam Deck and SteamOS. The reason why you can run Steam on your other, on Ubuntu and all, that's not because of Valve. That's because of people in that distribution making it work. It is exploitive as shit, yeah. Valve could lock down Steam to SteamOS. Super easy. So fucking easy. And you can't do anything about it. You can't even reverse engineer it. They just don't give a fuck that you're using Steam on your distribution because, hey, you may buy some games. So for them, it's just a benefit. And it don't benefit them a lot. Linux gaming, if Linux gaming went away, that would not even be a smudge on the monthly or annual income statement for Steam. Like, if anyone on Linux stopped gaming on Steam tomorrow, they would probably not even fucking noticing on their statements. That's how unimportantly it is. Yeah, you can use Proton outside of Steam because they haven't locked it down yet, but they could. They have the power to do it. And if you become too much a big of a problem for them, they will. Hey, Mr. Pogger. Welcome to Lootbox. They did not. They did not what? They did not what? What did they not? No, but they could. I said they could lock it down. No, I didn't say they did. They could if they wanted to. I get why people are so defensive towards Valve, because you have spent a lot of fucking money on Steam. I have over 10 years of games on Steam, I think. I've spent a lot of fucking money on Steam. And we are all in this kind of denial, you know, you are defending Valve. You are defending Valve. We are all in this, like, denial, scared state with Valve and Steam that they have been good so far. They have not done anything super massively bad. So therefore, we are like, please don't do anything super bad. Please don't fuck this up. No, you are definitely defending Valve. You are. We are all in that like state where we like, if you don't rock the boat, you don't rock the boat, you know. But it takes Valve one bad move. Or one bad market move where they need to get back on track for them to become worse than Apple and Windows. That's nothing new with Valve selling licenses. That's been like that since day one. They just by law now have to do it like that. Like tell you that you're not buying the game. That's part of the lawsuit where they also had to allow people to sue them. Am I a programmer? Define programmer. Because that word is being thrown around so fucking much lately. Or in general on the internet. Like Valve is probably worse than Apple and Microsoft. Not to talk about all the telemetry that they take. Valve know more about your computer than probably Microsoft do. That's the scary part of it, man. How the fuck do you think they get those like statistic surveys or what they're called? That's not people going in and like submitting their fucking things personally. Yeah, exactly. TCI, exactly. Exactly. And there have been people like me saying that about Valve since day one, but nobody listened. Nobody listened. A lot of the people that are bitching and moaning about privacy, we said that in the 2000s when it was about Windows. They didn't listen. Now they listen because they felt the effect of it and they move over to Linux. Now we are saying that about Google. Nobody's listening until they actually feels it themselves in a few years. And now they would be like, oh my god, we didn't know Google was that bad. That it's the cycle of a lot of the computer people on the internet, is that a lot of us are yelling at them years, probably decades before it actually becomes a massive problem. But they don't listen. Because, oh, it's benefiting us right now, they're good people, they, blah, 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 all those kind of things. And then one day, that thing that a lot of us has been like yelling about happens. And oh my god, now they're the worst thing ever, and blah, 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 blah. 10 years too late. 5 years too late. I've been around the tech world long enough for me to see that. And it's not just operating systems, it's anything in the tech world. Most people, like I said at the beginning, if it's convenient enough for them, they are willing to look past a lot of fucking things. How many of you have a phone or a tablet? There is a high chance that the thing you have in that, one of those things, have killed a child in one part of the process. Maybe not your physical device, but the mining of that mineral have killed children, and are killing children. We don't do much about that. We don't think much about. We still go buy Apple products, Google products. We still, anything more or less with a battery in it has killed or are killing people right now. You know, we don't do anything about, because we like our fucking phones, our watches and stuff like that. So yeah, who gives a fuck if a poor child that is not lucky enough, you know, to live where we live. Yeah, who gives a fuck if they're, you know, either working till their death or dying or getting killed. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about, you know, who gives a fuck about this? This is toxic materials they need gas masks to operate with. Who gives a fuck about that? But at one point, this is going to kill too many people or get too many people sick, so they can't produce enough of what we need. Then we will start to care, because now we can't get all our phones as fast. We can't get all our, you know, implies, what the fuck is it called? I can't remember that now, I'm getting tired. You know, we can't get our washers and all that fucking shit. So when it starts to impact us negatively, we start to care. We start to care. This is why I don't give a fuck about all those like FOSS and Linux and privacy advocates. And the same with Richard Stallman. Richard Stallman is sitting here and like, freedom and all that with a fucking, I think it's like whatever laptop he's using that use Cobalt. That are killing fucking kids. And he's sitting there and bitching and moaning about privacy and freedom and all that shit. I can't take most things seriously most people say when they are being openly hypocritical. And I'm also hypocritical because I do the fucking same shit. I buy tech stuff all the time. You know. But every time you buy electronics, you're helping this happening. That is actually killing people right now when they're doing that. No safety equipment, gases, minerals in their lungs. And a lot of them are underage. In a lot of the worst cases, scenarios and places. But hey, Microsoft is bad because it takes my CPU core count. Microsoft is bad because it can read my picture names. One thing that I'm starting to believe in, that people say the older you get, the more bitter you get. And I think that's because you realize how stupidly blind a lot of younger people are. Naive is probably the right word. And they are trying to force their way and their opinions onto the world, not understanding half of it. I keep telling a lot of people this. When I look back on my 20s, I'm like, my 20s, I've never been that stupid my whole life. You know, like, almost everything I thought, not everything, but a lot of the philosophies, the thoughts, the opinions I had in my 20s were fucking stupid. And that's because you have not matured enough or experienced enough to actually understand what the fuck is going on Earth. Of course, I will not call someone in their 20s a kid. And of course, there are people in their 20s that are so much more mature and so much more ahead of the curve. But those are really, really few people. Like, so few people. I am lucky enough to know a few people in the mid-20s that are more mature and well adjusted to the world than fucking 50-year-olds. And they are amazing people. Yeah, exactly, ham radio. What did people like you say about Windows in the 2000s? That Windows was bad. Not from a technical standpoint, but they were spying on you. Microsoft was not a good company. And most people loved Microsoft in the 90s and early 2000s. All of this data collection, telemetry was only the beginning. And Google is a good example. We all knew Google was selling our search history stuff, but hey, Google was an amazing search engine. So they didn't give a fuck, you know. It's in the open. If you know, this is the thing. This is not a secret. This is not a secret. Microsoft and Google taking telemetry and data was not a secret. They didn't hide it, that bill, if at all. People people don't give a fuck if it's not impacting their life in a negative way, and if it's enhancing their life, they don't give a fuck. It was not like Microsoft and Google were like superly secret about it. They did, of course, hide it a little bit, you know. But you probably was alive. You're not like 16 years old or 14 years old. I don't think you are 14 years old. But yeah, that's the thing. A lot of bad shit are happening, and it's happening openly, but a lot of people just ignore it because of convenience. We don't want to be inconvenient for the right reasons. We only want to do the right thing when it's inconvenient for us. That's how most people live. That's how most people live. That again, go study, go read up about all of this fucking shit. That's how 90 or not, I don't know percent, but that's how most people live. They don't give a fuck until it starts to inconvenience them. That's it. It's that simple. There have been so many market research done to this. There's been so many psychological studies done on this. There's been so many white papers and scientists researching this. And they all say that most people only care about things that are inconvenient for them. Or if it makes them look better. So a lot of people do terrible things, but they will do it because it makes them look better. They do it for... Look at Mr. Beast. Good example. How many bad people have done good things to hide the bad shit they do? Especially people that flaunt their good things, their good deeds. So if you see a person that, you know, like can't stop telling about all the good things they are doing, that's probably because they are hiding some really bad fucking shit. Because if you're doing good things and you don't have anything to hide, you don't have to say that you're doing good things, because people will know that you're doing good things. You know? You, Mr. Pride, are not the milestone. You are not the center of the universe. You are not the... What you are doing or applying to you is how the world works. That's not how this works. That's why when people say, oh, well, I can use Linux. Yeah, congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. You are not the representations of the majority. You are not. You are statistically not the representation of the majority. The world is not running around what you can, what you think, and what you do. Most of the shit I'm talking about on this channel is about how the minority, how the average person is infected and impact them. Because that's what you do as a YouTuber. You have to talk to the minority. Or majority, sorry, not minority. You have to talk to the majority. Because if not, then every video has to be made for every specific viewer. So I had to make a video for Pride, Jensen, AK, BP, Ham Radio, Russell, James Russell. I had to make a video that was specifically catered to their life situation. That only made sense for them. You can't do that. It's humanly impossible. So that's why when we are talking about subjects and stuff like that, you have to look at the majority. What is the most people doing? What is the average? What is the average person doing? Blah 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 blah. That's how you do these conversations. If I was having a one-on-one personal consulting talk with you, that you were like, hey, I'm paying you $100 to give me advice on Linux. Totally different fucking conversation. Or here's $100 to help me, whatever. Build a fucking garden, or what do I know? I would do that differently with you than I would do with some other fucking dude. You know? I honestly don't get that mentality that just because I can do something, that means because with that mentality, we all should be star quarterbacks. We all should be like slim bodybuilder or weightlifters or fitness models. We should all be CEOs. We should all be billionaires. If you had the same mindset like that. Because if one can do it, we will all be Elon Musks, we will all be Bill Gates, we will all be Steve Jobs. Because if one person can do it, well, everyone can. Huh? You know, like... It's such a narcissistic viewpoint of the world. It's not even fucking, like, funny, to be honest. No, praying is a different thing. I don't think Windows 11 gets worse and worse, no. Yeah, show your nudes if you have nothing to hide, yeah. Do you know what... Okay, define what 8 gigabytes of junk data is. Can you explain what those 8 gigabytes actually are holding? Yeah, Tor is not... No, Tor has been infected so much by governments all over the place. Like, this happened like 10 years ago or something like that. Yeah, Tor was never safe, no. The point is, if no one is pushing for change, nothing will ever happen. The thing is, nobody is pushing for change. Just because 1 or 2 people are pushing for change, that's nobody. That's no one. That's like I said, like Mass was like in the beginning, what were people saying in the 2000s about this stuff? Yeah, we were nobodies. We were like a handful comparatively to the rest of the world. Amount of people talking about these things. So, nobodies. Like, we were not even like a 1% of the world talking about those things. So why the fuck should the rest listen? Because they had the same mindset. Oh, it's only those crazy fucking weird people over there talking about it. You know. But then when it starts to infect or affect the majority in a negative way, then they start to bitch and moan. Or then they start to do something about it. And hey, yeah, is it better than never? Of course it is. Of course it is. Buy a Fairphone. There have been debates about the Fairphone not being that fair. You can't delete it without a new Windows 11 install and MS admits it. So that's basically your previously installed then. So they do that because then you can roll back to your previous install if you get a problem. That's nothing new. They've done that a lot of times if you update. A lot of rolling releases on Linux do that shit. Look at Arch Linux. If you are not careful, you will have like 10 fucking back versions of a program installed on your system because it keeps X amount of old releases in case you want to roll back. A lot of softwares do this. There's, I think, I can't remember the other software suites that do the same thing. Yes, you could do disk cleanup. That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, don't believe anything you read, no. Should more people have the Google phone? So basically an iPhone? Is that what you're telling me? More people should use an iPhone? No, like... Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. No. Should you care about this here on the screen? Morally, you should. Like, if you really are a good person, you should. Should you care about all of the negative impact, the things that you do in your life and the things you're using are having on other people? If you are a morally good person and you believe in that kind of thing, you should. The sad reality is we don't. That's our nature. It's the same thing that I talk with a lot of people about, is that people are only good and kind when they can afford to be good and kind. So, there's a bucket in the middle of the room. It has the cure for a disease. There's only one syringe. It can cure your family or my family. Or your kid or wife, whoever the fuck you love the most in your family, or dog or whatever it is, or mine. Do you think any of us are willing to say, you know what? Yeah, let my family die so yours can live. No, they're not going to do that. Not at all. If there's 4 people in that room, not at all. Like, let's say there were 1,000 people in that room. There may be a few people that are like, you know what, we are going to a better place or whatever. Like, they're like, we don't want to live this world, whatever. But 99 or whatever, 99.9% of the people, they are going to fight over that fucking syringe like you have never seen before. Humans are animals. We are just civilized animals because we can afford to be civilized animals. We can afford food. We have food. We don't suffer that much. But if you can't get regular food, you don't have a place to stay and stuff like that, you are willing to do unspeakable things to survive. Or at least most people are. So kindness, and there's a lot of philosophical debates about this bullshit, by the way. But kindness, in a lot of reasons or a lot of instances, is only there because we can afford it. You know, we are not living in danger. We are cozy. We have too much money, too much food. We're living too good of lives, so we can afford to give a little bit here, give a little bit there. Would you give your last money? I hear this all the time. I need 32-bit Linux because I can't afford to upgrade to a 64-bit computer, even though they cost $30. So why can't you save $30? I think almost everyone can find $30 in a year. I don't think that's unreasonable to think about that. Heck, $50. I think no matter how strapped for cash you are spending some money that you don't need to spend in something that you could save up $50 in a year. What's happening? What happened? I saw something move. Why did it move? What happened? Yeah, but what I'm saying is that oh, new subscriber, that's it. Oh, thank you for the new subscriber. Yeah, like I said, I think no matter how, there will always be that one case where you can't do that, you know. But most people, even struggling people, can find $50 in a year. I don't think that's unreasonable for most people. If you're homeless, have no job and all, I get it. But most people can do that. That would be a 64-bit computer. But here's the thing. Those $50 may mean I can't get my monthly Dorito back. Or I can't get my McDonald's menu once a week or whatever the fuck it is. The thing that makes their life a little bit more joyful. So they may sacrifice something that makes them happy or a little guilty pleasure they may have. That is too much of an inconvenience, so they can't do that. They can't, they just don't want to. If you get what I'm coming at here. And animals are not more kind, no. But they are kind. They can also be compassionate, of course. You know, I just don't subscribe. Just wonder why I didn't see it. No, a year. I said you can find $50 a year. Apparently, I'm getting subscribers. Thanks for that. Can people book me for chat on Linux? I've thought about that, but I don't know if that's a good thing to do. Because the thing is, Linux users would want me to say things I'm not willing to say. Because most Linux users don't want technical truth. They don't want practical truth. They want to be told what makes them feel good. They don't want to be told that, okay, this is what you're saying. Yeah, Linux is not for you. And they're like, but yeah, no, Linux is not for you. Oh, you can do that on Linux, but it's going to take longer time and or cost you more money. They don't want to hear that. The corporate world wants to hear that. Because then they can make a decision on doing it financially or not. But most Linux users, they want to be told that Linux is the best operating system in the world. For us, it's the best kind of philosophy on Earth. Windows is bad, Microsoft is bad, proprietary software is bad, you should never use it, you are bad human if you use it. You're a despicable human being if you use it. Like, your penis is falling off when you're sleeping if you're using it. And Canonical is Microsoft of Linux. You should never use that. Use Arch. Arch is the best. And if you're a little bit adventurous, then some Scratch. If you have a little bit hair on your chest. That is what most Linux users want to hear. And I'm not willing to tell them that. Because that's not the truth. That's not how the world works. And that's not good advice. I could tell you that and just get a shit ton of money from it. But I don't want to be that person. You know. Linux is definitely for normies. Because most Linux users are normies. That's the thing. Linux has become so easy that most people that use Linux are normies. Most desktop Linux users are normies. That's why they think and act the way they do, because they don't understand what's going on. They don't have the knowledge yet. They may get there, but they don't have the knowledge yet to be part of a lot of the conversations that they want to be part of. Just because you can install Linux and run, don't make you a fucking superstar IT person. Hey, George. I would agree with you in 1995, 98, 2000, 2004, or 5 or 6. Heck, maybe even in 2010. I would say Linux is not for normies. Can you find distributions that is definitely not for normies? Yeah. Linux from scratch, Gentoo, those kind of things. But anything, like, Linux is easier to run and install in most Windows systems. I have to click more boxes installing Windows than Linux nowadays. Going from nothing to desktop is faster under a lot of Linux distributions. It's like a 2 or 3 button click. 1, 2, 3, and then you put in your credentials. Bob's your uncle. That's it. Oh yeah, you have to learn sudo apt-get update, sudo apt-get upgrade, sudo apt-get install. Forgive me. Super complicated. Gaming means nothing for... Nobody gives a fuck about gaming on Linux. Nobody gives a fuck about it. Nobody gives a fuck about gaming on Linux. BM, you are wrong. And that's not against freedom. That has nothing to do with freedom. That has nothing to do with freedom. Because Windows gave me the freedom to not run Windows. Windows gave me the freedom to download programs like NT Lights where I can remove it if I want to and break File Explorer. Windows gave me the freedom to hack the living shit out of it and break it. You don't have to run recall. It is disabled. Just because it's installed don't mean it's what. You are probably having Cortana installed if you are running Windows. You have Cortana installed. That don't mean it's active. You know. Oh yeah, the SUSE installer is quite good. So, like I said, it may be installed but not active. We talked about that in the past. If you have anything besides the newest gen CPU, there's a high chance that your CPU just can't fucking run it. Because your CPU don't support it. I have a 7000 CPU, it don't support recall. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. And Cortana is... I don't trust Microsoft, I just know... Do you trust Linux? Do you trust Canonical? Do you trust Red Hat? Do you trust GNOME? Because you should not do that. Again, Linux is not... I spend more time deploading most Linux distributions than I do installing them. Like, it takes me longer to remove software from Linux distributions than installing them, most of them. Is there less spying depending on what software you're using? More versatile on all the hardware? That's not true. Get NT Lite, remove the restrictions of RAM and TPM, and you can run Windows on a lot of systems you should not be running it on. Options are not equal freedom. Options don't mean freedom. Again, if I want another desktop environment, I have the option to run Linux on Windows. Yeah, switch to Linux is not a reliable source on Windows technology. That's the first problem you have right there. There is a lot. How do you think reverse engineering work? Go. I'm so fed up with this fucking shit. Go figure out how reverse engineering work. You don't need to see the source code to know how things work. People figured out that Microsoft Windows was phoning home without looking at anything behind the hood. Again, we are having conversations about things most people apparently don't understand the basics of. And that's my videos draw that out, apparently. I'm a stupid motherfucker, okay? I actually like this background. Yeah, you care about gaming, but you are not the most important person on earth. You are not the average person. You are not the minority. So what you think, what you like, don't mean what everyone else like and think. Oh, I miss Mandrake. The AUI is... No. You can look at what Windows is doing. Yes, you can install... Well, you cannot install other desktop environments on Linux, but you can install basically themes. You know, if you look back in like the Windows XP days and Windows 8 days, you could theme Windows with like theming packs and stuff like that, third-party theming packs. And Windows 10 and 11 is heavily reliant on JavaScripting. The same with Windows 8, that's how they did the whole, I think it was Stardock, I think it was called. They used, they fiddle around with the front end of Windows to give, the start menu back. So there are people out there doing it. How good they are depends on how well they do it, basically. No, they're going to include it. And I don't know if it's active by default or you have to deactivate it. But you need the newest generation of CPUs to work with it, as far as I understand it. If you have like a 3 or 4 year old CPU, you can't run any AI related task on Windows. So if you're using older, in quote, hardware, it won't work on your computer. Copilot won't work, and Windows Blind is the one I'm thinking about, yeah, but it's really unstable, yeah. Copilot won't work, and Recall won't work. Okay, if it's included and you cannot delete it, it's plowed. There's most things on Windows you can delete if you know how to do it. Really fucking easy. Really fucking easy. Super easy. The thing is, like, here's the thing. This is probably one of my big pet peeves I have with a lot of Linux users, is that they say that they are technical, more advanced users, but they understand almost nothing about Windows. Nothing. And I'm being super generous here right now. They understand almost not. They may understand a lot about Linux, or a deal about Linux, a great deal about Linux, but they definitely don't understand the same amount about Windows. So, if you want to criticize Windows, learn how it works. Learn how it works. But you don't want to do that because it's like sleeping with the fucking enemy's daughter or something like that. Like you're dipping your testicles into the devil's fountain of despair and torment. You understand Windows more than me. Of course you do. Then you did not have to... Here's the thing. The questions you ask me tells me you don't. It's that fucking simple. The questions that you're asking me, the things that you're saying, tell me you don't. You are a net programmer. A programmer's don't... Okay. You are a .NET programmer. What is your API interface with the kernel then? Describe that. Describe how .NET works and how you're interacting with the Linux kernel in a programming level layer. Programmers don't know much about hardware, unless you're a hardware programmer. I work with .NET programs that barely can fucking install a graphic card. I'm being a little bit over dramatically here, but you get what I'm coming at. You're a software engineer. Again, that don't mean you know about hardware. That don't mean you know about the Windows kernel. Explain to me what is the thing that goes between the Windows kernel and the APIs and stuff like that then is funding other programming languages are using to then talk to the kernel and stuff like that. There's a specific, I can't remember the correct name, but I think I can remember it. But it's a specific thing that is like a layer between the kernel and whatever you're doing. No, Windows internals are not fucking easy. Just because you're a software engineer don't mean you know everything about all operating systems. That just means that you're good at building software in a specific coding language or coding languages. You know how to use APIs and stuff like that. That has nothing to do with operating system design, kernel design, and or hardware design. Like I said, I work with people that are developers, programmers, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, that have issues understanding the fundamentals on how a fucking CPU works. And they are coding for the CPU all the time. Again, I don't know what it is with tech people. They get an education and they think they know everything about everything. Like, you guys could learn so much from blue-collar workers, man. Go talk to a plumber. Just because he can put pipes into a house, don't make him an architect. Like, I don't know if it's like arrogancy. Help me out here. I don't fucking get it, man. I really don't get it. It actually makes me angry. It actually makes me angry. Because these are the people that are going to make decisions, and they are making bad decisions. Because they think that they are fucking, like, I can do print hello world in Python, therefore I can do everything. Like, god damn it, man. Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect, exactly, yeah. So Windows 11 is not that bad. Of course it's bad. Of course Windows 11 is bad. What the fuck are you talking about? Nothing is good. Nothing is good, okay? All OSs sucks. All OSs has their issues. Can you not keep up with the... Oh, god damn it. I thought you were a software engineer. I honestly think that you got your education because someone else did everything for you. It's like... Come on, dude. I'm not joking here. I've talked to people that have 6 months experience with Linux and Windows that know more about it than you do. If you can understand how you can reverse engineer a thing without seeing under the hood, tells me that you're not a software engineer. Honestly, like, if you cannot, to some degree, figure out what a program do without looking at the source code and how to mimic it to some degree, you are not a software engineer. Honestly, you are not a software engineer. Or at least you're... I don't know where you live, but the educational system there must be fucked up. You're telling me you cannot build a replica of this here without looking at the source code? Or this? Yeah, all OS sucks. Yeah, they all have their fucking issues, man. Yeah, James, I've seen that going around a lot. Then explain to me how we know what Windows do without looking under the hood. You ask me that fucking question. Explain to me how we can see what Windows are doing without looking under the hood. And if you can't explain that to me, I'm banning your fucking ass. I'm tired of people like you. No, I'm not saying everything is bad. I'm saying that all OS sucks. Because they do. Sucking don't mean that they are bad. I like Linux more than Windows. But it sucks sometimes. Thank you, Lamer. Software that is under active development is so for a reason. That's a copium talk right there, my friend. That don't... Do you think proprietary software don't get updated and developed on all the time? Probably more active development in proprietary software than there is on open source software in some instances. Yeah, he's just a fucking lunatic, man. Yeah, exactly, George. No. People develop bombs because they need it and want it. Does that make bombs good? Just because there's a need and want don't make something good or bad. But if we are comparing one program versus the other, then we can compare good or bad. Like, is one more stable than the other one? Is one more secure than the other one? Is one more intuitive than the other one? Does one has less bugs or UI irritations than the other one? And the one that has the least amount of irritations, etc., 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 would be regarded as the better thing. You know. At least they just don't leave for another guy. It may do, man. It may do. It may do. It may do. Oh, this reminds me of work. You have a guy that listens to gaming music at work. I love people like this. It's so funny. It's like I remember I had one in a Discord one time that was studying biology. And he was like, humans and monkeys or apes or whatever, what is it called, primals, are not connected whatsoever. We just magically fucking spawned out of thin air as a you know, a walking ape, upright walking ape, which is Homo sapien basically, or monkey, or whatever you call it. And he was taking was it a PhD degree in biology or something like that? And I was like, you do know that we are somewhat distantly related to monkeys or whatever, the apes or what you primals, I can't speak. And he went ape shit on me, showed me all kind of studies that showed that we have nothing to do with monkeys or apes or whatever the fuck it is. I'm like, it's in our DNA. What is it like? Is it pigs and gorillas that we have the most DNA in common with, or something like that? So we have to be related somehow, you know? Yeah, Anton is a mod in Discord. Yeah, I wanted him to ban the. Oh, this is so funny. I love you guys. It's so fucking funny. Oh, you guys are killing me. Come on, breathe. There was like a philosophical fucking... Yeah, the fallacy guy. Yeah. He was using all of these big fucking words. He just sounded like he just sounded wrong, okay? He just sounded crazy. And I was just like, I don't give a shit. You know, I was just like, yeah, whatever. And he was like, nobody should listen to me because I was using double fallacy or no Scotsman fallacy and all that fucking, you know, debatable bullshit that you learn how to debate like in an intellectual level. I'm like, dude, we are making YouTube videos here. We are not fucking making a scientific debate. And he just went on and on and on. And I'm like, God, I'm not angry. I'm laughing, for fuck's sake. Oh, you got energy. Sorry. Yeah. I have a lot of energy. I'm bonged up on energy lately. Sorry, I read that wrong. And then he left. I was typing a long message just to fuck with him and have fun, and he left. And I thought Anton could ban him for this as the first fucking mod duty of his tenure as a mod. But yeah. He was coming in and using all these big words. And I've seen it so many times. Like... So I have a philosophy, or I have a thought. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't like a lot of these like philosophical. You did ban a guy today, did you? I think you did. Yeah, I can't remember. So if you need to study debating to just be able to debate with an average person and not just do it for fun and a point system in like an intellectual battle, you must be super stupid. Like, am I wrong or not? Because I see a lot of people, they take debate classes just so they can talk to, like, you know, a plumber or a YouTuber or whatever the fuck it is. You know, so they can, in quote, win that debate. Because they know words they don't know or use words they have never heard of before. Because that's why they're using all those big words. Because they think that if I can use words you don't understand, you must be stupid. And I'm cleverer than you. That's why a lot of people use a lot of big words. It's because they had to learn those words to just be able to communicate with you and then think they have a chance of winning. I can say a lot of things right now that is ingrained, and Anton will probably know some of them, that is part of Danish society, Danish culture. And a lot of people goes against those, like law of the janteloven. You know. And I can say you are going against the law of the jan, or what the fuck is called in English. And you will have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. And I could win a debate on that. But you don't know what I'm talking about, so we're not talking the same language. But I just feel a lot of people that take debate classes are people that can't hold their own in a conversation without having those debate classes. Like, I do get debate classes and stuff like that. Jantelov, yeah, exactly, yeah. I do get that if you are battling against other people in a debate, that's fun and that's nice, and I get in that situation. But when you're talking to everyday people, that's not where you use that fucking shit. Because it has no meaning. Because you cannot communicate with someone if you're speaking Italian and they are speaking German, for example. Because then you're not gauging on who knows the most or who is the best debater. Because you can say something that is clever in Italian, and the German person is looking at you like, "Nein!" and running away, you know. And you, haha, I won. Yeah, that's because you're talking out of your ass. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I think I said that a lot of stupid people use big words. Because a lot of people, and again, that's just my experience, correct me if I'm wrong here, but people that actually know what the fuck they are talking about can explain it to a 5-year-old and an intellectual. If I know something you don't know, then you must be stupid. That's kinda the like 10-foot thing, yeah. Or if I can say it in a way that you don't understand it, like use you know, like synonyms and stuff like that, alternative wording. So if I can use more proper wording, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, difficult words, you sound smart, and a lot of unintelligent people do that. There is a court case right now with the girl that killed her husband in a suitcase, and she thinks like she's the smartest fucking girl on earth. She do a lot of the same things. The dumbass is the guy that can't explain it. Because not understanding is a skill problem. That's a skill problem. So if you don't understand something, that's because you don't have the skill or knowledge to understand it. So I can't speak Japanese. I think I still can count to 10 in Japanese, but I can't count to Japanese. Or I can't count to 10 in Chinese. I definitely can't do that. That don't make you a dumbass. That's just lack of skill. If you then get someone that can teach you that skill, but they can't explain it to you because they don't barely understand it themselves, well, you found the wrong tutor, and they are probably more dumbass than you are. But if you find someone that can explain it to you, and you still don't understand it, then maybe there's something, like maybe you need to learn in a different way, or there may be something, like learning disabilities going on and stuff like that. Like, if you know your stuff, you can talk to a kid and you can talk to a professional, yeah. Because understanding what to leave out and what to keep in to get the message across is a super difficult skill. And I get that a lot with Linux people. They're like, oh, why are you saying Linux when you're talking about a distribution? Or why you're not saying GNU Linux? Or why are you not saying Linux the kernel? And I have to explain to them, like, that's because I'm talking to many different people. Like, I'm not just talking to you. I'm also talking to someone that never have heard about Linux before in a video. I don't know who the fuck is watching it. And on average, like, a social construct is that when we say Linux, we know and we have agreed and we understand that means anything in the Linux ecosystem. We also understand, if we are technical enough, that it's only the kernel. But there are more people that don't understand that they understand that Linux is all distributions, all software. It's a Linux thing. Just like Windows. We don't say the Windows NT kernel. We don't say the Windows WinUI 3 program. We don't say, the Windows init system, or we don't say the Windows file system. We just say Windows, And a lot of people don't understand. They use that as a criticism towards me, like, oh, you must not know what you're talking about because you're using Linux and not GNU Linux, or you're not saying Linux the kernel. Well, that's on purpose. You kind of expect fish to climb mountains. That can't be unreasonable. That can't be unreasonable. That makes no sense. Well, there are... Yeah, they go upstream, of course, yeah. Or they piggyback in a bear's tummy. They piggyback on a bear's tummy. Our team. Who's in the team? We want leadership. That's not a big team. Yeah. Oh, you're okay. You're a minute behind. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that whole, like, adding to the Linux name is just pure bullshit. I'm honestly starting to believe that most Linux users are fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but they have so many... Again, I am a stupid motherfucker. And if you can make me look smart, something is wrong in the equation here. Like, something is misaligning with the universe. Someone fucked someone over somewhere and you got the, the shortest straw. Because it's not difficult to make me look stupid. Yeah, GNU crop, and then don't bother. I don't give a fuck. Yoink. Yeah, yeah. I still do like crop though. I still use it quite a lot. Yeah, my favorite Linux distro, exactly. Yeah. Go to bed, Anton. I'm just one of those stupid ones that has tomorrow off, so I can stream as long as I want. Did I let's see if I get some Unit 6 in how it feels to spread misinformation. What's going on here? Someone tagged me in something. You guys can't see. I'm looking in my Discord, right? I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Someone tagged me in something I haven't read. Doop. Yeah, I don't know. If it's important, they will probably show it to me again. Oh yeah, it's holiday here in Denmark. That's right. Yeah. No, if you want to become wise in computing, you actually have to do it. Like, instead of sitting and watching YouTube videos, you have to do, like, when I was 12 years old, 14 years old, I had like 3 or 4 or 5 computers networked in my in my room. I was helping, I got hardware as money for helping people upgrading their old computers. And out of those, I built computers, you know. I was helping like someone probably my age now installing Linux when I was like a teenager. Then he sold those as office machines. You know, you can't just sit and think and comment on YouTube videos. You actually have to go do the shit. And if you don't are old enough to get a job or you can't get a job, do your own home projects. Do like home labs. Do like, you know, set shit up at home, you know. Heck, I probably did home labbing back then. If that would probably be like a precursor to a home lab, what I did with all those fucking weird computers. With the coaxial cable and terminators and all that fucking shit you had to put on. Playing, not World of Warcraft, Red Alert with my brother on 2 different machines and Delta Force against with my friends and stuff like that. Later in life, you know. Too many people that I see on live streams and on YouTube videos are all talky. You know, they say they can do this, they have this education, you know, and then when you talk to them, they just don't have the basic knowledge. Like, they don't have the basic knowledge. And I see it in real life. Like, I talk to some, like in real life, I talk to someone that just got an education in computing, and I'm like, what the fuck are they teaching you nowadays? You know? Oh yeah, the crossover cables, yeah. Like, what are they teaching you? Like, I honestly, like, I thought developers knew more about hardware than they do. Honestly, I did. That was an eye-opening for me, how little developers nowadays understand hardware. Like, they don't understand it at all, almost. Like, it's mind-boggling. Yeah, every modern OS kind of runs in VMs, more or less. Or at least in some, like, virtualized state or sandboxing state. And it really was like, and I asked people, what are they teaching you? And of course they're teaching them, you know, like right now, like Agile and all that, Scrum and all that is the big thing. and they're being taught, project management and stuff like that, which is, of course, skills they need to understand. And they probably know more about than I do. But when it comes down to actually, the anything below the IDE, they get confused. Not all, but a lot of them do, Like if you start to talk like processors, RAM, and firmware and stuff like that, they just look at you like from Mars or something like that. So this thing I was talking about with the Pride, or what the fuck his name was, when you're developing for Windows, you're not developing directly to the kernel. You're going through an API layer called NCDLL or something like that. That's what you're interacting with. So when you're talking with that is then giving that instructions down to the kernel. And back in the 90s, Windows actually have built in Unix compiling technologies into its userland, because there was no standard, so to speak of, so you could actually compile Unix code on Windows, and it would work on Windows. I need to get back at watching more of these Windows internal videos. They're quite fun. Yeah. If you can watch YouTube, yeah, exactly. Oh, good old CNC machines, yeah. Oh, yeah, music tapes. Yep, I remember my old Commodore 64. I was probably 10 years old when I had that one. Like, that was how young I, like... Was I even 10? Probably 10 years old, yeah. When I had my first computer. And some guy spent 2 hours learning me how to use it. No, no. Oh, old Motorola's nice. Maybe the Danish education system is fucked up when it comes to... I don't know. I also, like, I was not talking to, like, computer or software engineers. I was talking to entry-level engineers. Or software developers. Basically just software developers. So full-stack developers and stuff like that. We actually have a ZX Spectrum at work. I think we still have it with like a little like 7-inch like CTT screen or something like that. Embedded development is actually probably a good thing to think about. But yeah, if you get a computer science degree, you'll probably learn more about everything. I can definitely see that, yeah. Like, if I should choose, I would probably go computer science also. Like, I would love to have, like, a PhD in computer science. Because that's everything from electronics to software. And I like to do everything about computers. I believe that to be a good coder, you need to understand basic hardware. And to be a good hardware guy, you need to understand basic coding. But that's just my philosophy. That's how I've looked at things my whole life. Oh, Amiga, yeah. Good old Amiga. And a computer thing for 68K. I do want to get into C or C++. Right now I'm dabbling a little bit with Rust. Because I think... I don't know if Rust is going to take over C++. I don't know. don't do self-learning. Never, like, there's a reason why we have educational paths. If the best way was self-teaching, everyone would be self-teaching. C is definitely not a good first programming language, no. Unless you really want to be a hardcore programmer that do a lot of low-level programming, which most developers don't do anymore. Sadly enough. But if your dream is to become like embedded, dealing with AI, maybe not even AI anymore, like robotics maybe. Yeah, C would probably be good. Automation, you know. Yeah, exactly. To understand what you got, you need to know how you get there. Yeah. First email, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of us was thinking about that. Yeah. So for me, I talked to a developer at work, and I'm like, when I read C++ and C code, it just clicks in my head compared to any other language. And his response was, well, you are Danish. And I'm like, what the fuck is that to do with anything? Danish people just understand C and C++ better. Okay, I guess. And he's from Poland. This is a Polish guy. But yeah, that's just like, when I say I understand it better and can read it better, don't mean that I, can sit and just code in it. I can probably do like the rudimentary fucking shit with a little bit of tutorials, but I'm definitely not a fucking C programmer or C++ programmer. The more I do, the more I understand how little I fucking know. That's the dangerous part of computing, is that every time you learn one thing, there's 10,000 other things you need to learn or want to learn. And you are never stopping. Like it's... Oh, wrong password. I can't type right now. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. Yeah, code is not difficult to read. That's why it took me 10 years before I started this channel. Because I started actually as a gaming YouTuber. I've been uploading to YouTube for over 10 years now. But like, and most of my channels is not around anymore. And it was always gaming content, because that was easy to do. You just had to sit and game and acting like a fool. It took me... Well, at that point, when I started this channel, I've been using Linux for close to 20 years, I think, if not longer, before I felt comfortable talking about it publicly. That's like 20 years plus, probably. Or close to 20 years of almost non-stop learning about Linux. I'm pissing off Linux users because they make it easy. And because they are obnoxious. Because they don't... They are pushing people away. They are making Linux worse. And I'm really honestly believing that. I'm seeing that effect. There are companies that don't want to work with Linux because of the community. And mostly because there's no money in it, of course. So if there's no real money in it, and the community, before they even fucking begin at telling them how to do their job, who the fuck wants to help them out? Like... Valve only did what Valve did. They did because they have enough power that they could push those idiots away. You know, like, if someone was telling Valve what to do, they could just be like, you want gaming under Linux? What about shutting up then? So that's why they didn't do much to Valve. They didn't do much pushback to Valve. Because almost everything Valve have done with Proton and Steam for Linux goes against FOSS. It's a proprietary piece of shit. Nobody demanded Valve to open source everything. Like they did with Canonical. With Bizarre or Launchpad or what it was back in the day. Or like they're doing with Adobe and Nvidia. You know, like... And then they are defending Valve because it gives us gaming. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Go get a fucking console if you're that into gaming. That's the future. More and more people are ditching computer gaming for consoles. It's all in the fucking statistics. And then people want to debate statistics. I'm like, I'm using the same site as all your Linux friends are using. And you're saying I'm wrong. But they are right. We are looking at the same statistics here. I just show you all of the graphs and not just select few of them. Like, they drive me nuts, man. They drive me fucking bonkers. I need to adjust myself here on my fat ass. Leap is actually a good, you know. Leap is a great system, man. It's super stable, man. I will not say that Pro is better than a console. Consoles give you that convenience. They may not give you the best graphics or performance, but 9 out of 10 times it's a one setup, click and play situation. You know, you download, you play, you don't have to fiddle with anything. And most people just want that, you know. Yeah, but the people that want to play games on their PC are sadly enough not that many anymore. Like honestly, we are a dinosaur for wanting to game on our PC and using our PC. You know. Yeah, you can go big picture with Steam and stuff like that. But it's look, that's just like a simple way of seeing this is what are the most sold Apple product out of their lines? That's their tablet phones and laptops. That's what they are selling the most of. Their desktops, almost nobody buys them. And I really mean almost nobody. Yeah, there are issues with consoles, of course. Oh, I should start up WoW. I resubscribed to WoW after the last live stream, and I actually do like that quite a lot. Cloud gaming is getting there. I think cloud gaming will be the future, yeah. Honestly, I do think the future, like if you get, the problem we have right now is latency and internet speed and connection and stuff like that. And when you figure that out, everything is going to be cloud-based. It's just cheaper for the manufacturers to do it that way, and it's super more convenient for us. Because I will have the same experience no matter what terminal I'm logging into and where I'm doing it. Like, I don't have to drag around a massive computer. I can just have a terminal at my home with a keyboard and mouse. And depending on what account I log on to, I can either be accessing my work cloud-based whatever, or my private cloud-based whatever. You know. WoW is expensive. So what release does that run? Like what expansion are you running with it? Like vanilla WoW? And how is updating that going? You know, like I do like WoW just as a grinding game. I made a warrior. I want to finish all like quests, all the quests I can do. I want to finish them all. So that's just my grinding game while I'm watching YouTube. Wrath of the Lich King. That was right before I started using World of Warcraft. A lot of people don't. Some people still do LAN parties. Or local gaming, yeah. A lot of people say that Wrath of the Lich King was kind of like one of their best expansion. It's hard to say, you know. I think it depends a lot about who you like, where you were in your life when you came into it, and who you were playing with. Because I have a lot of fond memories playing Myth of Pandaria. And what was the one that came after Myth of Pandaria? I can't remember right now. I can update it simply, but if you want to play it solo, I can use player bots. Nice. Yeah, like I said, I got a Synology NAS, just a cheap ass one, like the entry level one. It's actually super nice. Myth of Pandaria was kinda cool. What was the one that came after that? Was that like Battle for Azeroth? I keep getting the timelines mixed up. I can barely remember them. A lot of people are looking into NVIDIA GeForce. But I played with a lot of amazing people back in the Pandaria time. Myth of Pandaria time. There was a girl, we played all the fucking time, and she was showing me around, you know, giving me lore about World of Warcraft. Fucking amazing. I miss that, like, we had some fucking great gaming time, me and her. I was kind of like super newbie at World of Warcraft, and she would take me around, and I'm not joking, 5-6 hours at the time just talking on, I think it was like, was it Skype back then? And then just, you know, showing me around and doing old raids with me and all the, you know, dungeons and all that fucking fuck shit. Why I can't speak now? Oh, you followed a guide, gotcha. I think World of Warcraft is like the new RuneScape. You know, it's going to end up being that like nostalgic old MMO that a lot of old timers will keep playing until they fucking are death in the grave or something like that. Also, MMO in general are kind of that. Nobody really wants to invest that much time into a game. Unless it's like a competitive shooter and stuff like that. But what I like about WoW is that it feels like, you know, a world. You know, it feels like a world. Yeah, it like I tried Final Fantasy and all of those, and there's just something about the scale and the legacy of WoW that makes it feel like it's kind of like Second Life. What Second Life wanted to be, WoW actually managed to do that. You know, it became a Second Life. Yeah, many men playing girls. That's true. I never cared about socialize. Like, that's one thing I do hate about MMOs, all the socializations. I hate going into dungeons and stuff like that where I have to engage with random people I don't know. That's why I love playing with that girl and her husband. Because they will help me through all that shit, you know. Have you woke before the trend, yeah. Yeah, it just like that's one thing. Like, I love MMOs, and I love seeing people out and about and running around doing their shit. I just don't want to interact with them. Just do your fucking shit. If we are in a dungeon, don't talk to me. Just let me do my shit, and you can do your shit. If I'm a tank, expect me to have researched the dungeon before I go into it. You know, like, just like. And if I ask for help, just be quick and to the point. I don't want to deal with you. So I'm like an MMO player that don't like MMOs, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird thing. But I do like just randomly going on and see what other. Sometimes just, you know, go to a place. What are people doing in Westshire? What the fuck it's called right now? Or going into Arch and Dawn to see people role playing fucking sex sacks out all over the place. You know. Yeah, when you do the dungeons, you have to. That's why I always. I don't do them most of the time. Or I wait till like mid expansion by doing them. Because then all the people that are grinding it because of they want to be first, whatever, or, you know, the hardcore players, they've long gone. Then it's just filthy casuals that are doing it. And they're kind of low, you know. Most people got the either the fucking titles or loot that they wanted from it, so the people that are left are just people that just do it for the questing aspect or something like that. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Diablo 2, yeah. I just re-downloaded the remastered edition and played that a little bit. It's fun to go back and play those old games and see like how much you have to work to play the game. Like, I mean, like, there's a lot of conveniences we have nowadays that they just didn't have back then. Just if you look at classic WoW versus what we have today, the classic WoW was fucking hard. Like, there's no quest tracker, so to speak, off and stuff like guiding light or guiding pole or what you would call it. Like, you have to think about what you did. Minimaps was kind of there and not there in some games, you know. Like, it took effort to know the game. Like, you have to actually think a lot about what you did. And nowadays, it's like you just, like, basically just go over there, do this, go over there, do this, you know, or run down this corridor and shoot these people in the face. You're basically just following along and then, like, being active or not active, because you don't like, oh, why am I here? What did I have to do here? Who do I have to talk to? What happens if I go down that way? Can I shoot people? What happens if I shoot that person? Is this the right place I'm at? Am I shooting the right people? Those kind of things don't happen anymore. Like, you're more or less just getting, you know, pointed in a direction and told what to do, and you just follow along. Yeah, go do your thing, James. You know, you basically just become a active bystander in what's going on with the games nowadays. And Diablo 2 kind of, you know, showed that to me a little bit, because there's like What do you have? 2 abilities or something? The rest is just potions or something like that. You know, like, you had to work a lot to get shit done in Diablo 2. And if you got lost, something, or if you like were in the middle of doing something, and you came back like 2 weeks later, like, what the fuck am I doing? You know, like, you have to get into this whole mindset that, oh, it actually expects you to think, you know, be engaged with the game, listen to the quest thingies, or read the text because they actually told you what to do and how to do it. Nowadays, like, the joke is that nobody reads the quest text anymore, and it's true, you know. So a lot of people say that game is good, and I never bought it. I never been a good, like, a Harry Potter fan at all. I never seen the what is it called? The allure, or what you will call it, you know, like the attraction to it. I never watched The Lord of the Rings either. I think I watched the first Hobbit movie and that's it. I only watched a few seasons of Lord of the Rings. No, not Lord of the Rings. Game of Thrones. Yeah, I never got into all of that fucking shit. So a lot of times when people are doing all these, like, series references, I'm just right now starting to watch the original seasons of Dexter. It's like, yeah. Oh, yeah. I do like open world games way more than I like most other games. That's another thing I like about, like, MMOs. Is that you log on and you can do whatever the fuck you want that day. Do you want to go earn some money? Do you just want to collect some resources? Do you want to do old raids or whatever the fuck you like? There's no, like, it's not like, I have to finish this thing and then I have to do that thing. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. Yeah, a lot of people love Game of Thrones. It's one of those, like, Game of Thrones and Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. If I say that I never watched any of those, everyone just get fucking mad at me. And it's almost any fucking age group get mad at me for not, like, being into it and watch it and stuff like that. It's a funny thing, man. I don't know why those things didn't catch on to me. I don't know. I honestly don't know what the fuck that is. Oh yeah, I would probably watch it with friends and stuff like that if they want to watch it, but I don't like. So here's the thing: I do want to watch them though. That's the plot. At least Lord of the Rings, because they look like they're really good movies. And I may buy, you know, the collector's edition, expanded, whatever, on Apple TV at some point. But when they came out, I was just not interested in that shit. I was doing all kind of other crazy shit. I barely had time to watch any fucking things, you know. Yeah, it's so the first movie of The Hobbit, I think I watched it almost to the end, and it was actually really good. Yeah, World of Warcraft borrows a lot from Lord of the Rings, yeah. I do love watching lore movies from, or lore videos about World of Warcraft. I love the whole Arthur storyline, how he became the Lich King and all that fucking shit. I love the whole Lich King kind of story arc. They do tell good stories in World of Warcraft. I remember when I first got the battle chest. And I was like, and that was when I think Cataclysm was out. Or was Lord of the Wrath of the Lich King out? I can't remember. So I made a human warrior. I can't even remember what it was called. And I don't think I came past level 5 or 3. And I was like, this is the most boring ass shit. Combat was slow, nothing happening, and all that fucking shit. Then I was looking at something called cdon.com. And they had like a collector's edition, I still have it on my shelf, of World of Warcraft Cataclysm. And it was right at the end of Cataclysm, like maybe a few months-ish before Myth of Pandaria, maybe 6 months before Myth of Pandaria or something like that. And I was like, everyone say that I need to reach level 20 or 30, so I can't remember what it was. I'm like, this was super cheap, and I wanted something to, you know, I think I almost just moved in where I live right now. And I just wanted some dirty shit. So I was like, hey, this is super cheap, it's a collector's edition. I never bought a collector's edition, never done it since. But I was like, yeah, you know, let me try it out. And I got it, I installed it, and then I just powered through to level like 15. I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of fun. Now I get it, you know. And then I just never stopped. Well, I stopped, but it's always been there, you know, like I had breaks, like a year break sometimes, it's 6 months and stuff like that, but I just had to get through that threshold of like, yeah, it is a little bit boring the first few levels. Nowadays you can just, you know, level up or it goes so fast that getting from level 1 to 20 is like no time at all. But yeah, it was like, just keep at it, and if you keep at it, we will play with you. And then Myth of Pandaria came out, and I did PvP with someone, the girl and her husband. And I got my ass beaten so fucking badly by a monk. Because everyone was playing monks, of course. And like, those are cool. Because I think I had a Death Knight at that point. And I loved the Death Knights. So like, yeah, let me do a monk. So I played a lot of monking in Myth of Pandaria. A lot. A lot. And then I started to go more over to my Death Knight. But at that point, I started out as a human, of course. But at that point, I was playing Blood Elves, I think they were called, for Horde. And then I played Horde for many years. And now, the last 4-ish years, I've been playing human. I kind of got... I think I started playing human back in Legion, I think it was. Yeah, I could get the Death Knight in the... She helped me level up so I could get a Death Knight. Before Myth came out. Yeah, a lot of people like the Undead. I don't really like those. No, you're not, Lamer. You're not. You're not. Because when you start WoW now, you start at the latest expansion. Like, you can do... So when you start, you get a character boost. And that means that you start at the latest expansion. So you basically can ignore, funny enough, all the past expansions and past, you know, worlds and all that fucking shit. And then when you're done with the latest expansion, like what I did with Myth and Pandaria, when we're done the main quest line and stuff like that, then you go back and experience like the old zones, and you start to do like achievement hunting and maybe pet battling, and you go in and grind, oh, I really like the look of this gear. You go like gear hunting, grinding in old raids and dungeons. And then you slowly get, to experience the past expansions. Just like, you can basically just one hit kill everyone, more or less. So you just like, you can solo an old raid, like, you don't need like a raid party and stuff like that. Yeah, they changed this a lot, yeah. Well, if it's the first time you buy it, if you buy the new expansion, you get the game. And then you have, like, the cheapest one is like $40-something. And then you have to pay for a subscription. So probably $50 for a subscription and the expansion. And with the new expansion comes all of the past expansions. So typically you buy because you can also play it for free. So you download the game and you pay like $13 a month, and you can play all the past expansions for free. But you can't play the latest one. You just can't play the latest one. So that was probably what I would do. And then make, start in an old starting zone and then play the old content a little bit. Because it's like $13. I think it's $13 or $14 for like a month or something like that. And then you get familiar with the mechanics and if you pay like $30 or $13, you can reach max level. But you don't have to pay for the game. I don't think you have to pay for the game. You can play for free, but you will reach level 20 super fast. Like, I'm not joking here. You can reach that in one setting. Like, if you spend a few hours, you will reach level 20. But if you download the Blizzard, what the fuck is it called? Game launcher, what it is? It will tell you what the prices are. It's actually not that expensive. It's actually not that expensive. Where they get you is like the monthly subscription. That's where they make most of if not all their money, to be honest. What the fuck is he doing? Like, that's one thing WoW is good for, if to be a casual. Like I said, like, if you don't care about becoming Battle.net, yeah. If you don't care about becoming the world first and having the latest gear and all that fucking shit, you can play World of Warcraft exactly at your own time and space. Installing alternative file explorer on a virtual machine for Windows or Linux. What OS? Oh, god damn it. That dude is fucking weird, man. Oh, yeah. We can definitely get a WoW channel on Discord. That could actually be a really good idea, yeah. Ah, god damn it. I thought he was like a Linux Mint, or not Mint, a Debian Linux guy. I actually really like that fucking wallpaper or screensaver, what the fuck it is that they're using. Good old Arch. No, you don't. No, he don't. What the fuck is this one? Space drive. OpenSUSE is a cool system. It don't look like macOS at all, or the Mac launcher at all. Of course it does. Is this a Linux one? Oh, it works on macOS? Yeah, this definitely looks a lot like a macOS finder. Is that a cat? Shopify. Huh. GitHub. There's some like impressive names on here. Not going to lie. I may try this out. Ah, they only have a fucking deb package. Yep. I wonder what it's coded in. TypeScript and Rust. Oof. Java scripting. Oh shit. I understand the Rust part, but why TypeScript? Oh, it's probably because they want to make it in the mobile. Hey, Max. Oh, he's super cocky. That's what I don't like about him. Like, you think he's like the most brilliant fucking person on earth, and he barely can figure out how to fucking open Notepad. Mm-hmm. Quite Titus. Yeah, I don't know, man. Do. Yeah, I'm not a massive. What is it? MVP, MSP, Microsoft Certified Professional. Like, is he live streaming or what? Yeah, he must be. I can move the trash to the trash. Okay. That seems legit. Seems like something that you should be able to do, I think. The spectrum. Wait, what? What the fuck? Eat a cock cum club. So you hate guys as well? What the fuck? Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh my god, are they doing that again? Debian has internship for you as long as you are not a straight white male. Wow, this is... Whoa. No, it's just because Chris Titus Tech apparently can't figure out how to install it. So we're just looking at what he can't install. So way back in the days when Chris Titus Tech was kind of new, month into his channel, he did a live install of Debian. And he thought it would be a good idea to use Ubuntu PPAs with Debian stable. And he seems to not have moved past that stage. Yeah. He didn't like OpenSUSE because there was one program that was not in the repos that he needed, and he couldn't figure out how to compile a tarball. Oh yeah, the franking Debian, yeah. 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 He admits he has been learning since the start. He started his channel as he will only use a server. And then he pretends like he's an authority on Linux. Telling people what to do and who to listen to and etc, etc, etc. Yeah, no, I don't buy that from one bit. Chris just wants to flex his knowledge and falling on his ass. Also, I don't understand how he had built up such a loyal fan base. I had to stop reacting to his videos because I got attacked like nobody's business by his viewer base. Like, they were really angry. Super mad. Like, super mad. Maybe I should do a... maybe I should find a Chris Titus Tech video and react to one of those again. Been like, I think, a year or two since I reacted to one of his videos. He's a funny dude, man. Yeah, I don't know what copium he's like huffing, but he's definitely on something. I think he had issues with Fedora at one point also. There was something like he got roasted like a motherfucker in the comment section over it. And so the thing is that when he made those videos, it was like, not like, oh, I'm new to this, I'm trying this out kind of thing. It was like, hey, let me tell you how to do this, and this is how you do it. And like he was like having so much experience and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, you're making out like you're an expert and you're fucking these things up. Oh, he does. He just don't do it on his main channel, but he does. No, but what I'm coming at is that he's plainly doing so many wrong things, and people will still defend him for doing those wrong things and pretending like he's an expert, where the things that he's doing makes him not an expert. So they will use him as an example on how to do things. Oh, this is how Chris Titus Tech did it. Yeah, but he also didn't understand how to do this thing. So why are you using him as an example on how to do things when he can't even do those things? And that's what I don't get about it. Like how people are supporting him when he's doing the wrong thing. And using that wrong thing or other things as a, like, this is how you do it. There was another video he did, I think, where we debugged it in a live stream. Where he said something was better or did something in a certain way. I can't remember if it was Windows or Linux at that point. And we debugged it like in 5 minutes on a live stream. Oh yeah, he yeah, he's a strange guy, man. He definitely like that. I don't know. In the beginning, he was like, there was some like innocence about him, you know. But the more subscribers he gained, like, I'm not joking. When he had like, was it 10,000 or less subscribers? He made a video about, this is how I'm going to be as a YouTuber when I reach 1 million subscribers. That just, I was just like, what? It was like, yeah, I should be getting to 1 million subscribers, and when I do that, I promise to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, what? What? What the fuck? Dude? No, but there's a difference between going on not YouTube, on Google and searching stuff, and reading forum posts and stuff like that, versus making a YouTube video. So imagine this. Hello, today we are going to modify the Linux kernel. You have to do it this way, and this is the correct way of doing it, and the only way of doing it. Do anyone know how to get the source code for the Linux kernel, by the way? How do I untrack the tarball? How do I get into the configuration manager? That is how Chris Titus Tech come across. He comes across like he's this all-knowing authority about a subject, and then he just fucks up all over the place. It was different than, hey, this is the first time that I'm trying to compile the Linux kernel. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Can anyone help me download the source code? Like, you see the difference between those two videos, or those two approaches. No, I don't assume he knows what he's talking about. He is presenting himself like he knows what he's talking about. And he is super good at also shocking off criticism or people telling him that he don't. Like, he is like... I don't know if it's because he's so far up his own ass, but he makes the videos like he was like Linus Tech Tip. Like he comes across with the same authority. And he just blatantly disregard all the fucking mistakes he makes. And again, there's a difference between you driving into a mechanic and they are acting and giving you the impression that they are professional fucking mechanic shop, when in reality it's like a 10-year-old and his brother trying to mend their, you know, their My Little Pony car. That they're working on your car. That's how he, like, even on his, look at it now. Like, he can't fucking even get this to work, what they're doing right now. I don't mind people learning and not knowing what they're doing if they are acting and presenting themselves as that. Don't pretend that you are smart ass or intellectual or whatever the fuck it is when you are not. And that's what he does. And that's what, like, that's the biggest thing that puts me off his videos. Is that he pretends to be something he's not. And he on purposely do so. Because he knows. Like, he's not that stupid that he don't know what he knows and don't know. And I'm not the one saying that I think I know that he knows what he's talking about. He is saying he knows what he's talking about. In my experience, according to my, you know, research and stuff like that, that means that you actually have put research and understanding into what you're doing. So that must mean that you know what you're talking about. Then you should not fuck simple things up. And at least not fucking them up as much as he does. So I just researched the whole physical reasons for black holes. I will now explain to you how they work. Anyone has the 101 book on black holes that I can read for 5 minutes. That's Linus Tech Tip, or not Linus Tech Tip. Chris Tiles Tech in a nutshell. He would gladly stand as a PhD professor and trying to explain something to you while be like, by the way, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. That's just stupidity. You know, like, there's a massive difference doing that versus like, yeah, someone told me to explain something for you. I don't know how that goes. Let's learn together. Anyone knows where to start. He don't do that. He don't do that. He ain't doing that shit. And that's the problem with him. Because a lot of people, a lot of new people to Linux don't catch his mistakes. I'm not joking. When I did reaction videos to his videos, I had an influx of people coming to my Discord and be like, I followed Chris Titus Tech's advice and this fucked up. Or I did what he told me to do. It not working. It's fucking up. Can you please help me? Like, we had a lot of those coming in. Or they were watching Chris Titus Tech, and with them using Linux for 3 to 6 months, realized that they already know more than he does. But they would not listen, he would not listen, or he would like underplay what they were saying if it was on a live stream and stuff like that. I used to be a subscriber. I know exactly who he is and what he's about. I used to follow him quite a lot. I used to react to his content. It's not like he's some random dude I know nothing about. The same with DistroTube. I haven't followed DistroTube lately though. The same with Chris Tides Tech. I haven't followed him much lately either. But Distro I definitely fucking have not talked about at all. Or interacted with or looked at all for the longest time. Exactly. 100% exactly. Or removing some other system component that you actually need. Like, I honestly wonder. Like, he says he has like X amount of years of system administration experience. I wonder if that's true. Like, I honestly am doubting that, to be honest. Like, I've talked to people on my Discord that knows more about computing than he does, and they're 1 year into education or something like that. And they come to me and be like, on my Discord, and be like, Chris Titus Tech say this. I have found this out. Am I wrong, or is he wrong? And 9 out of 10 times, he's the wrong dude. And this is people new to Linux or Windows or whatever. Sad reality that... You want to learn Linux? Go watch DJ Ware. If you watch his shit, you understand how little DistroTube and all those likes know about Linux. You know? Yeah. Or at least you know, he probably know how to make a LAN cable also. Because apparently he's been a server admin. You know? Oh yeah, DJ is boring, yeah. Someone came in and were like, what is the best YouTube channel to learn Linux if you want a certificate and stuff? And I was like, DJ Ware. But he's boring, then you don't want to learn. Like, yeah. Like, you're not going in there for a stand-up fucking show. You're going in there to learn. Yeah, but you're not going to DJ Ware to get entertained. You're going to DJ Ware to learn. It's really difficult to do both, and most can't do both. So if you want to learn, you man up or titty up and use your fucking 1.5 brain cell and listen. You know the saying, if it's easy to do, it's not worthwhile doing. I don't get people, man. I really don't. They want to go into a fucking company and work there for 2 weeks and then want to be CEOs, and they barely can fucking put like printer ink in their own fucking printer. And then they're blaming society and whoever the fuck they can blame for the lack of their own knowledge and skill. It's never my fault. It's everyone else's fault. And why do I have to work hard? You know, why do I have to actually fucking understand shit? The more I interact with people online, the more I just want to live in the middle of the woods, man. Get a dog. Go for walks. Now I want to go for a walk and it's almost like 12 o'clock. I've done that before though, just walking in the middle of the night, just walking into the forest and just fucking chillaxing with music in my ear. It's super relaxing. Yeah, he's a weird dude, man. Yeah, it is cold. It's... I don't even know how cold it is right now. Blah, 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 blah. It's 9 degrees centigrade. And it probably feels like... it feels like 2 degrees. We do have some great forests, yeah. Ah. You must have wind then. Do we have wind? I don't know. Apparently not. 12 degrees. Oh, I would love to have that. We will have a massive, like, temperature drop here at 12 o'clock, apparently. It's jacket and bonfire weather. That sounds nice, though. That sounds super nice. What is power management saying? Nothing. The fuck did I click? Oh. So much screen tear going on. I'm probably using Wayland. No, X11. Legoland, that's not so... It's a letdown. it's... Yeah, it's meh. Meh. Ooh, boy. Yeah, X11 should be better at screen tearing. I may have forgotten to enable some rendering in the settings menu on my virtual machine. Game controller. Animation speed. Splash screen. I do like how much you can customize KDE. Oh, it does have the OpenSUSE one. Xorg. They do build some quality shit, they really do. They really, really, really do. One thing I'm just a little bit skeptical about is that like resolution scaling. Oh, it has fractional scaling. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, you can really fuck up. What is it called? Is that still fucked up in Windows or in Linux? Because I'm thinking about getting a 4K monitor. And if Linux don't like that, I'm not doing it. Don't get a 4K. I just don't get why Linux can't handle 4K. Wow, really? Holy shit, Linux is behind, man. So 4K upscaling to like 125, 150 gives you way clearer text and stuff. So if you are coding and stuff like that, it just makes it more clear and more sharp and less fuzzy, I guess. It's just nicer to look at, basically. I do that at work. I have a 4K monitor at work, and that's upscaled, and it's so great to code on it. Also, your eyes don't get that fatigued looking at it and stuff like that. But for gaming, yeah, it's fucked up. If you're a gamer, just stick with 1440p. Wayland is so fucking bad. Like, Wayland is just, like, it's a piece of shit. It's like, it's a piece of shit. And also, there's a lot of issues with it. I can't explain other than I've never had a good experience with Wayland on any distro. It just, yeah, it's just not ready yet, in my opinion. I have heard that about Nvidia, though, yeah. And they say Linux is ready for the desktop, god damn it. Every time I think about maining Linux on my gaming computer, I read something new that just is like, yeah, maybe I should not do that. Yeah, mostly. So I can deal with, like, you know, programs being a little bit iffy diffy, but when you know like your display manager is the one being buggy as fuck, yeah, that's where I'm like, maybe no is the answer to that one then. Maybe not. Like when the core components of my OS is fucking up, I'm like, you have made a wrong decision here, my friend. That should not happen. Wow. Yeah, if that's the case, then... Damn. Like, fuck me sideways. That's, Holy shit. I haven't ate yet, and I'm like, I think I'm hungry. I only had like a yogurt later and some cookies. Probably not the healthiest thing to eat right after work, but they were on sale. Strange. I don't know, this just reminds me of like a sports car or something like that. Yeah, they were good cookies though. They were good cookies. Oh, there's definitely some tearing going on there. Yeah, that's an issue a lot of times, the whole resource thingy. I don't mind, Katie. I will not call them internet cookies. Can I see my NAS here? Oh, Apple devices. No, I can't. Oh, probably if I go in here, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, did not find it. Yeah, I think I will go and get some food now. So, see you all later. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the week.